What's up, sports fans? It's your man D back. Speak your mind, sports talk. All right, check it out. Is there a fight brewing between Dillian White and Andy Ruiz? That's what we're talking about today. Joshua Littlejohn in the building. First up in the chat, first up on the panel to join us for today's discussion. What's up, Josh? What's good with you, bro? Can you hear me?
What's going on, D? And
What's up with
to
you, man?
answer that, I can't call it sitting back, listening to you and playing Final Fantasy. Yeah, I hear you. Oh, nothing sitting there playing Final Fantasy VII Remake. Shit.
All right. I think you got a little bit of a delay,
Yeah,
but
but uh oh, my bad.
yeah. Log out and then come back in. Log out and come back in.
All right, how about now?
Now, it's still a delay. Log out and come back in.
Okay, bet.
All right. All right. So, Joshua's getting ready to get back in. And all right, guys, before I even get started, let me go ahead and do this, man. I don't know. It must be going on again. YouTube and these doggone notifications. I don't even get it. I can't even lie, man. I don't understand what's going on with these notifications. But I'm gonna just go ahead and send them out. But anyway, yeah. So Andy Ruiz and Dillian White going back and forth on social media. I'm pretty sure all of you guys know or have heard something about it thus far. All right, let me see if that's good now, Joshua.
All right, D. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you
Or is
before.
it
It was just
still?
like it was a real bad delay. Uh,
Oh, okay. I don't know what that might be. Hell, the best thing I can do is get as close to Wi-Fi as I can and pray.
yeah, yeah. It's just like it's just a
As
delay. It's
far
a
as
delay. That's
Dillian White and Ruiz is concerned,
yeah.
you said what?
No, go ahead.
Okay. Ever since Dillian White first to fight Ruiz and he turned it down saying that he needed a tune-up, it's like the back and forth. And then with Dillian White getting knocked out by Povetkin, that just made things worse. So now Ruiz just acting like he can come in on the slap, say, man, fight rematch, then go ahead and sign that contract he offered you in the beginning. Let's go ahead and see that fight.
Yeah, yeah. I
You
like to
know what I
see it.
mean?
I definitely like
That's
to
the
see
way
it.
I see it.
You see,
Yeah.
IBT in the building. He said, of course, D Jeff's got to go live when I'm about to start my class. Yeah, man. My bad, IBT. Yeah, man. I wanted to start getting these things done at 12 o'clock every day, but I ran into the basketball and everything else. But I try to keep it between 12 and noon. But if you hit me up before 12, I'll start it a little late next time. Willie Williams in the building. What's good, Willie? All right, so here's the thing. So here recently, Dillian White just came out, and he had a lot to say about all of these guys who are speaking on him getting knocked out, but yet they didn't get in the ring with him. And one thing he does have a valid point is He offered Andy Ruiz a fight. He did. He offered Andy Ruiz a fight. But Andy Ruiz is coming back basically saying, look, all right, you got a point about that, but nobody want to hear your sob story. Basically, it's just back and forth. Stop playing the victim, bro. You got knocked out. See if you can win your belt back. And if you can, now Andy Ruiz talking about him coming back to see him. You know, Ruiz had a chance to take this fight. That's the thing. And I just said something about him a while ago, right? But after Arreola, after Povetkin, this is a fight that could be made. And I think all of this talk and everything right now is really starting to build this fight up because if Dillian Whyte, really to me, whether he beats Povetkin or not, this is a fight that can be made. Because if he loses again, it's a fight that he can make with Andy Ruiz. If he wins again, it's still a fight.
Hey, D, I'm gonna log back out and try it again, bro.
All right, all right.
Damn, this ain't gonna work. Not the way I wanted to.
I feel you, dog. Boxing monster in the building. Chin Smoke. 819 Warrior, what's good? So after he fights Arreola, after Dillian Whyte fights Povetkin, win or lose, what does Dillian Whyte have to do next? And the same thing with Ruiz. Win or lose, what do they have? What do he have next? This is the perfect fight for them after they get handle their business. And I really think they're starting to build this fight up between Andy Ruiz and Dillian Whyte, especially if they're both victorious. Because it's a good chance Dillian Whyte can go in there and get his belt back, interim belt, whatever you want to call it. But he can go avenge himself because he was winning that fight before Povetkin caught him. And he was winning on the cards too. It's not like he was just, getting the better of him. So if you're saying, can he outbox Povetkin? Well, he was outboxing him 4 rounds, the first 4 rounds of the fight before he got stopped. So you can potentially say, yeah, he can outbox him. Can he stop him? Yeah, we know he can stop him. He dropped him twice, didn't he? So we know he can stop him. We know he has the ability to outbox Povetkin. So there's a damn good chance that he goes back and he's victorious in their rematch. With Andy Ruiz, I expect him to beat Chris Arreola. I expect Andy Ruiz, especially being under Reynoso, to do it in impressive fashion. Because and like I expect to see all of these things from Andy Ruiz. Andy Ruiz gets no breaks in this next fight against Chris Arreola. None. Simply because, look, you blew it for all 3 titles to defend all 3 titles, fat boy. So you get no breaks. You better come to this fight tip-top shape, no excuses. You better win, and you better look impressive doing it. And you get no breaks. Like, you got to do them all. That's how I'm looking at Andy Ruiz because he was talked about amongst the top 5 in the division. 3 titles. Uh-oh. Feedback. Sorry about that. Yeah, but he was talked about amongst the top 5 of the division. So, we know that he had a problem eating the food and such. Okay. But he has to redeem himself, Andy Ruiz. So to me, he has to look impressive in this Arreola fight. If not, if you struggle against Arreola, then maybe the rankings that the fans gave you because you upset Joshua was a bit too high. Maybe it was a fluke because he has to prove what happened with him wasn't a fluke. I don't care what anyone says. Okay, you knock Joshua out. You come back, you get totally outboxed. You get in a fight with Arreola and you struggle. It looks like nothing more than a fluke. You got to prove that you deserve to be where you were. You have to get back. You have to earn the right to be called one of the top heavyweights again. And if you struggle with Arreola, I just can't call you that. That's how I'm looking at it. And so while you're talking about Dillian Whyte getting knocked out by somebody who should be considered one of the top 5 heavyweights, Alexander Povetkin, because he has the skill, what are you going to do versus Chris Arreola? It's got to be impressive. If you're laughing at Dillian Whyte, it has to be impressive. That's what I say about Andy Ruiz. You can't come in full of ham and turkey and chalupas and takis and snacks and cakes. You need to get in them, fat boy. France on 2 in the building. Andy Ruiz gets pummeled by Dillian Whyte. Don't see Ruiz beating White. Salute. I don't know. I don't know, man. Andy Ruiz has fast hands. And look, we just watched France on 2. Dillian Whyte defense, though. I'm going to give credit to Povetkin for being, the technician he is, having his experience, setting that shot up because he did. But I have been saying, and I'm going to keep saying, Dillian Whyte does not have the best defense. He doesn't. Andy Ruiz has faster hands than him. So I can't just give Dillian Whyte that. He struggled against Oscar Rivas. If he struggled against Oscar Rivas front on 2, you can't just give him a fight over Andy Ruiz. I would like to see that fight, Andy Ruiz and Oscar Rivas. That would be a good fight, another good fight. Battle of the left hooks. Yeah. Yeah. No doubt. Appreciate you coming through. My gun is radically and Ruiz is flapping his gums after White gets KO on the counter. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, Ruiz should have fought him prior to that. So Dillian Whyte can always come back with that. He can always come back at Ruiz with that. Like, you can say what you want, but I sent you the offer. You didn't fight me, fat boy. So just shut your mouth. So Dillian Whyte can always come back with that, the way I feel. What's up, Mark?
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, just talking about Dillian Whyte, Ruiz. I think they selling a fight that we're going to get between them. Because look, they don't push that mandatory jazz back, Suleiman. So even if he beats Povetkin, which he has a chance to come back and beat Povetkin.
Yeah, it won't be due until whenever White, like a year after.
He pushed it back a whole year. So White gonna have to find something else to do with himself. Andy Ruiz after Arreola, White after Povetkin. Boom, that's another fight. And I think that's a good fight, win or lose. Even if he goes in and lose with Povetkin and say Andy Ruiz beats Chris Arreola, it's still a good fight.
I have an opposing theory that's going to cause a lot of shit once I say it. A very, like, all across YouTube. I'm going to make this a video. But I think Anthony Joshua and Dillian Whyte are going to fight next year. If Dillian beats Povetkin.
I can see that.
I think Eddie Hearn's thinking that's a way to cash out White. It's also a way to... I think he's already hinting they're going to vacate that WBO. Usyk can get a hold of that. He has that. That way he gets an extra money fight in for Joshua, thinking Joshua will be able to beat White, seeing that White's slipping down. Get an extra money fight in there. Then probably fight Usyk under their own terms in a unification, because in the mandatory situation, Usyk doesn't have to rematch Joshua in a mandatory situation. Right. So that way they can get a rematch in case they lose, and that'll push back the Fury fight even further. And that is actually starting to make a lot of sense to me.
Now let me ask you this. What if while he dicking around with Dillian Whyte, Bob Arum and Tyson Fury slide and then go fight Usyk?
Eddie Hearn has a say with Usyk. because Eddie Hearn has what is it? He has exclusive viewing. He can only be viewed in America via the Zone. That's in his contract. He can't go on ESPN.
Zone ain't gonna let Eddie turn down a fight like that. I doubt they will. He still has his restrictions.
No, I think he may do. I think he may do because if the reason he would turn it down is because he can keep everything in house and minimize and maximize Anthony Joshua and his own money on the Joshua back end. Usyk versus Joshua is financially larger than Fury versus Usyk. It is.
It is.
Yeah.
But as we know, in boxing, there's still risk of the fights not happening and all that. And you gotta realize, I'm just realizing too that the Zone, they need to make money and they need to have attraction. So stalling out, waiting for Eddie Hearn to fuck around with all his fighters or make
they do need to make money, but Usyk versus Fury, that's not where the Zone will make money. The Zone won't be able to throw up the bill to outbid ESPN on that fight. ESPN have exclusive rights too.
Yeah.
So that's where it comes down to. So just for me, I think that's realistic. Anyway, back to the Andy Ruiz and the Dillian Whyte shit. Yo, if that shit happens, let's get it, fam. I'll watch the shit out of that. I'll watch Fatboy Off versus Fatboy. I'll watch Left Hooker versus Accumulation. I'll watch Flatfoot versus Flatfoot.
Ruiz got a left hook too. Who said that? Somebody said that in the chat, but it was right.
Ruiz got a lot of hooks.
Lottie said, yeah, the battle of the left hooks, yeah.
Ruiz has a right hook too, by the way.
Yeah. I think it's an awesome fight. Like I said, even if Povetkin comes in and beats White again, it's still a good fight.
Yeah, let's get it.
Yeah.
But it looks like what
if Ruiz goes and loses to Arreola, is not a good fight. I don't even want to see it.
He ain't losing to no Arreola.
Yeah, I know.
Let me just give you the main reason. I'll just give the main reason why to anybody. Oh, but look at how he was against Joshua. Yeah, Joshua on the back foot. Even Ruiz in that shape he was against Joshua, him and Arreola in the pocket, Ruiz is just going to outspeed him. Arreola can't fight on the back foot either.
Arreola ain't no damn Joshua. He's not a Joshua first fight or second fight. So Ruiz beats his ass. I was just telling the joke for real. Like anybody that think Chris Arreola's winning this fight is crazy.
Inside.
I'm just wondering what round. I think Ruiz is gonna stop him probably like 8 or 9.
He could stop him 8 or 9, but to be fair, Arreola is a tough son of a bitch. To where if he gets himself into solid shape, he could go the distance with Andy. Not even trying to front, he could. He's tough.
Yeah, he beat up. You're right though. He is tough. I mean, Wilder hit him with a few rights. People think
That's
Wilder hit him
just how tough Arreola is. Kovlatsky hit him with everything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he could stand up to him. But he been beat up. He been beat up.
He's a beaten winner, dog. Yeah, but at the same point, he's tough, man. He's tough. He's a tough guy, Chris Arreola. Like, say what you want about him, but he's a class act and he's a tough guy.
Yeah. He's a good gatekeeper. A damn good gatekeeper.
He's somebody who I don't, even though I'm not interested in Ruiz versus Arreola, he's a fighter I don't begrudge getting a payday.
Yeah. So when you look at this potential fight, and I'm really the one just hyping this up, but I'm just looking at what these two guys, they keep going back and forth, and I'm thinking about what they have after their fights they have scheduled. And I don't see anything. And I'm just looking at it as a build-up, to tell you the truth. Because I think it's a hell of a fight after they finish with their 2 fights. The money maker for them, like they could get, not really. You know what I mean?
Yeah, why not, man? It's a money fight. It's just for me. I think White versus Joshua are gonna fight next year.
I pay for that fight. Here's something. I definitely would pay for that fight before I pay for fucking Tank Davis and Leo Santa Cruz. You know what I mean?
You really don't like the Leo Santa Cruz and Tank Davis fight, do you?
No.
You're in the same boat as me, aren't you?
That fight is absolutely ridiculous. It shouldn't be happening, and it's a travesty to the 130-pound division. That's how I feel about that fight. What's up, Iron?
Yeah, D. Peace. Yeah, who's that? Unrival? What's up, man?
What's up?
D, what you grazing on today, man?
Huh?
What you grazing on today? What you eating?
Some habanero chips and a plant-based lunch meat sandwich.
I'm sorry, a plant-based lunch meat sandwich.
Yeah, but the lunch meat is plant-based.
All right, D, no problem.
Made from plants.
All right, all good, bro. What's on your mind, man? Andy Ruiz, Dillian Whyte, potential fight? That ain't gonna happen, man. When $4 million was there for Andy Ruiz to fight Dillian Whyte, he said no. All right, there ain't $4 million there for him to fight him right now. Dillian Whyte coming off a loss, but if he beat Povetkin, Dillian Whyte is going to push again for his WBC shot.
What he gonna push? He gonna push a loaded barrel?
Hey, man.
No, he ain't going nowhere with it. Suleiman already pushed the shit back a year. There's nothing he can do. He can't take it to court.
He pushed it back for Povetkin.
No, he pushed it back for the WBC interim belts. And it's not. It don't matter who holding that bitch. That mandatory slot was pushed back for a year. Don't matter who's holding it.
Man, look here. Andy Ruiz ain't gonna fight no Dillian Whyte, man. Andy Ruiz is looking for easy road promotions. You know what I'm saying?
Joshua won't easy, fam. Who? The hardest fight in boxing next to my guy Fury.
I'm talking about Chris Arreola. Andy Ruiz said he needs a tune-up if he has to fight. Who was he supposed to fight? Luis Ortiz? He needs a tune-up before that fight. But he didn't need a tune-up to fight Tyson Fury and Anthony Joshua. So he's just looking to slide himself into the easiest situation.
Look, Iron Cone, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Who is Andy Ruiz with now?
Who? Eddie Reynoso now?
Reynoso. So they looking at him and say, all right, listen here, fat boy. We need to do a couple of things before you get in the ring messing around again. So he takes an Arreola fight and he moves forward from there. Reynoso getting it ready.
Look, they already lifted Chris Arreola up the WBA rankings. So this fight is gonna be like some sort of eliminator probably, which is, man, I mean.
But it's a tune-up, for Andy Ruiz.
Yeah,
gonna beat the hell out of Chris Arreola.
How old is Chris Arreola?
I don't know.
In boxing years, Chris Arreola got to be about 200 in boxing years.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying he's gonna beat the hell out of him.
Jesus.
Chris Arreola. He gonna beat his ass. 39. That bitch is 39 years old.
Man. And Chris Arreola has taken some beatings in his career, but I don't think Andy Ruiz is gonna fight Dillian Whyte. I think,
but like Mark said, Chris Arreola's tough, and Mark got a point there. I said the same thing. He's been beat up, but he is tough as hell.
Yeah, he's tough, but he's tailor made for a guy like Andy Ruiz because he's not gonna imply the Joshua game plan of move. No. Chris Arreola is gonna come straight ahead.
He doesn't have that in his two bag, that type of whooping Joshua put on Andy Ruiz. Chris Arreola doesn't have that in his repertoire.
Yeah, well,
what's up, Queen Lisa?
He's gonna come straight ahead and attempt to bang on with Andy Ruiz, but I don't see Andy Ruiz fighting Dillian Whyte no time soon. Andy Ruiz is gonna stay in PBC land and fight whoever over there, maybe Gerald Washington. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna stay over there and they're gonna try and work Andy Ruiz.
I don't know, man, because he's still at the PBC, but he over there with Reynoso in them. And look at Ryan. Look at Virgil and he was Robert, but look at is it Oscar with Robert? But anyway, look at Ryan. These guys Reynoso worked with these guys. They're not just gonna sit on that. Andy Ruiz not just gonna sit on that stuff. And Reynoso didn't offer to work with him just so he could be nothing but some PVC running around. That ain't why Reynoso offered to work with Andy Ruiz. Remember, Andy Ruiz was the one who went to the other side and fought Joshua.
I'll be happy if he does, because as a member of the Fat Man Association, I want to see my members doing quite well. We wanna invite all the portly people in the UK to join our brother organization, the Portly Fellows Union over there. We have members such as Tom Little in our group in the UK. And
what's this about? You heard anything about this? He said, "What's with all the mountain evidence Wilder's presenting soon, D?"
Nah, I haven't heard anything about that. Wilder again talking some shit. What?
You know what? Sporting Advantage. Let me tell you, I'm paying very little attention to Wilder these days. You know, I already spoke on the Glaze shit. You know, he don't have anything to say about his situation, but he want to come out with Glaze for whatever it is. Because Smoke says we don't know what it meant. Okay, so for whatever it meant, why you come out with Glaze instead of Tyson Fury? That's what I want to know. I don't care what the hell it meant or who it was to. Why you come out with Glaze instead of Tyson Fury? If you ain't coming out with Tyson Fury, shut the hell up. So I've not been paying much attention to Wilder or his camp or his silly ass fans or the foolishness, because Fury didn't cheat. You got your ass whooped. No one drugs your water. You're an idiot. You're gonna lose again. That's what I feel about Wilder.
Sporting, where you see that on Wilder's Twitter or something? Because I don't follow Wilder. So
yeah, me either. Yeah, put a link in the chat. We can talk about it. I would like to break it down because it's probably just some more bullshit. Another bullshit narrative. Charlie Day in the building was good. He said, Dillian Whyte pummel any American fighter if you have any. Keep smoking your shit. Well, let's see. Any American fighter.
Who are the big American, like, okay, who are the big American heavyweights right now?
None.
Oh. No. Well, no.
None.
I was gonna say maybe Oscar Reed. He's not American, but he already.
No, I mean Andy Ruiz is the closest thing. I mean, he calls himself Mexican American. So I mean, he lives in America, so that's the closest thing to an American heavyweight. But outside of him, none. So like Charlie Day, this guy Charlie Day probably he don't understand this platform. So he probably said that shit attempting to be offensive, but I don't give a shit about any of that. If it's true, it's true. And no. it could be true. Dillian Whyte probably beats any American heavyweight right now. That's what I was thinking about. I really don't care about the comment. Like, that's the same type of racist shit that people in whatever country he's from holler about what Americans do, right? But then he'll jump on here and do it. So I don't even care about that ignorance. But it's probably a true statement. I can't think of an American heavyweight outside of Andy Ruiz right now that has a chance to beat him.
Hey, free Jarrell Miller, man. Justice for Jarrell Miller.
Oh, fuck Jarrell Miller.
I'm telling you, man. Hating D.
He is no American heavyweight. He's an American idiot. Jarrell Miller, you idiot.
But hey, not to get off of the topic quickly, because I'm gonna get off and listen.
All right.
What do you think about your man Tank Davis talking about, you know, maybe next year for Lomachenko, maybe 2022? Yo, Tank serious, bro?
Tank's an idiot. And you know, I was tempted to put another "you idiot" segment up for Tank Davis when he said that, but I let that ride. I'll save it for something later because he'll say something else idiotic, I'm pretty sure. But he's an idiot because, listen, I don't even want to hear about Tank Davis and some 2022. Here's something for you, Tank Davis, you little shit. 2021, Ryan Garcia. Because Ryan Garcia just said he's not going downhill after Luke Campbell. He's already talked to Oscar De La Hoya and Eddie Reynoso, and he is not going to go downhill after Luke Campbell. He is looking at Tank Davis, primarily Devin Haney, because he wants to cash in on the fight because he assumed, he'll beat Luke Campbell. And he said, if best, at worst, Linares, because he was supposed to fight him. Those are the names, but he said he would rather go ahead and fight Tank Davis next. So you can talk all of that Lomachenko shit. I'm not paying attention to it. You're an idiot. But you have a kid, Ryan Garcia, that's calling you out. Officially, he's calling them out right now. He's I'm gonna handle this Campbell business, and I want you next. Now, what are you gonna do, Tank? What are you gonna do, old waterfall wide nose Ellaby? And what are you gonna do, Floyd Mayweather? Make it happen. What you think?
Man, I was just so disappointed. I was like, man, that's gotta be like. I remember when Floyd was saying like, "Oh, Lomachenko is an old man. We in no rush." I was like, "Y'all still ain't in no rush? 2022? What?" Like, at the very least, the WBC is setting up a tournament that leads towards Devin Haney. I don't see nobody setting up no tournament to lead to Tank Davis. Like, they don't have no plans for Tank Davis. You're bringing up 126 pounders. What's the plan for Tank? Like, there don't seem to be any roads for him. He's talking about Lomachenko is 2022. What is going
put
on?
Tank in there with Gary Russell after Leo Santa Cruz.
I'd watch it at 130. I'll watch it, yeah.
I wouldn't mind seeing that one.
Yeah.
I actually wouldn't mind seeing that one because both of them talk a lot of shit that I ain't trying to hear right now. So it'd be like a win-win to see either one of those little motherfuckers get knocked out.
Man.
Because I'm trying to hear both of their mouths right now. Dog. I'm telling you, Tank Davis and Gary Russell. That Terrence Crawford foolery. Man, Terrence Crawford will beat you all kind of ways across that damn ring, Gary Russell. You know what I mean?
Yeah, nah, man, I'm just curious. Like, this dude don't seem to have no direction in his boxing career. Like, over at like the Zone, Matchroom, Golden Boy, they have a little mix over there. They can make something happen over there. You know what I'm saying? But I don't see nothing happening for Tank over there. Nothing. You know what I'm saying?
But yeah, hell yeah, Box and people forget Ruiz beat AJ. AJ. The guy had Wilder ducking him for $120 million. The problem is Ruiz eat too many chalupas and tortas for the rematch. That is the problem, man. That is the problem. You gotta let me slide down. Toby Ball in the building. What's good with you, Toby? He said I wouldn't mind seeing Arreola versus Charles Martin. Yeah.
Charles Martin, dog.
Yeah. I wouldn't be interested in that fight. It would be a good Samuel Wells, Shaw in the building. What's good, Samuel Wells? It'd be a good fight. What's up? But I'm with Iron Cone. I think he smashes up Arreola. Arreola's a gatekeeper, man.
Arreola needs to retire from boxing, man. I don't want to see like when he gets beat up, like his face looks like, man, this looks like
I think Andy Ruiz gonna retire him. Saint Britt, what's up with you, Saint Britt? Appreciate you coming through. That's gonna be his last fight right there. Sergio Aguilera say Andy Ruiz is gonna box Arreola a couple of rounds, then knock him out later. Yeah, I said about 7, 8. I was thinking like around there, Sergio. I'm with you on that. I don't think Arreola makes too much of a fight. He's a tough guy and everything, but man, I think people sleeping on Andy Ruiz, what he could do just because he ate himself out of the Joshua fight. Like, we can't take away from what he can do in the ring.
No, I'm not.
I just have confidence with him being in the Reynoso camp. I said this when Reynoso took him on. And I said, if Andy Ruiz don't show discipline and, be dedicated to the gym and do what he's supposed to do, I got Reynoso dropping him, bro. Like, why would Eddie Reynoso waste time with this dude? You know what I mean? It's not like he's a champion. You're not a champion. It's not like he's Canelo with an incentive to keep, working with him. Because let's not get it twisted. Trainers get paid a percentage. So when Canelo get them fat purses, Reynoso get broke off. You know what I mean? So,
right.
It's not what's the incentive with Andy Ruiz. Do not You're not doing shit right now. So he must see an upside in this guy, Eddie Reynoso. So I'm not gonna sit there and sleep on what he can do in the ring. But he got, like Monster said, keep all the damn chalupas and tartas out his mouth. Because if not, dog, I don't care which you don't come in shape, you're gonna lose. That's it. If you don't come in shape, you're gonna lose. You're gonna gas out. You're not gonna be able to perform like you're supposed to, and you're gonna lose. 9 times out of 10, you get knocked out. If Anthony Joshua would have sat in there and sat down on any of those punches, he could have probably knocked him out, gas him down, knock him out. But Anthony Joshua didn't want to take those chances. That's all that was. He didn't want to catch another shot to the temple. That temple shot done him in. He ain't want to go dizzy again. Charles D in the building. What's good with you? You know, I think Anthony Joshua fought the perfect fight, though.
I mean, to beat somebody like Andrew Ruiz, like that's the fight you have to fight, right? I mean, he has very, very slow feet, and his footwork's not going to change. He's going to always have slow feet but fast hands. So a fight like that, but not everybody can do that.
Yeah. Michael all day, Sergio. All day long, Michael. Oh, you said Andy Ruiz versus Michael Hunter. I don't know. I kind of like Andy in that fight.
There you go, D. Michael Hunter, American champion. Dillian Whyte versus Michael Hunter. Guy said Dillian Whyte beats all American fighters. Do you think Dillian Whyte beats Michael Hunter?
I would pick. Well, Hunter could beat White. So I will say this: Hunter could beat White. But I would pick White over Hunter. I can't lie, bro. I would pick him over Hunter.
I think Michael's better technically than White.
He is a better boxer. That's what I think. He is a better boxer, but I think White will stop him.
I think Michael Hunter will beat Andrew Ruiz because Michael does have.
No, fuck that, bro.
I think he has good legs, and I think
he got good legs, but he Andy Ruiz will knock him out.
I don't think so.
Andy Ruiz will knock Michael Hunter out, and if not, he'll win on aggression. They going because the punch stats going to be close, and Andy Ruiz will win the fight on aggression, or he'll knock him out. That's how that fight would go. I'm telling you, it will be a unanimous decision too, because he would be the aggressor. And like I said, I don't think that there would be a wide shift between the punch stats. Ruiz would be the aggressor, and so he would knock him out, or he would beat Martin on points. I don't think Martin would beat Ruiz. That's just my opinion. I mean,
Hunter.
Hunter. Yeah. I don't think that's Martin, Charles Martin. Yeah, Michael Hunter.
I think Hunter beats him, man. I mean, I'll be honest, but
yeah, man, decent fight to see. You could be right, bro. Just fucking watch.
But Michael Hunter ain't
slam goddamn Dillian Whyte.
But Michael Hunter ain't signing with nobody right now, right? Why he don't hook it up with PBC, man? What's up?
No.
But I remember he did say somebody asked him why he wouldn't sign with PBC, and he said not enough activity. Like they didn't have nothing to do with him over there.
Bob gonna snatch him up. Bob been collecting the heavyweights. You didn't notice that?
Yeah, Bob is smart.
Bob will snatch him up. Bob been collecting him a nice little heavyweight, a group of heavyweights there. I don't know what he's doing.
That's right.
I think Michael Hunter should sign with the PBC though. It just look at it. They've got a clear route with the IBF. I mean, Martin's got a final eliminator set up against somebody soon. I mean, you've got Hellenius involved in that shit. You've got a few fighters with the IBF route. I mean, if I was Hunter, what I'd be doing is signing up with the PBC to get myself an IBF mandatory. That's what I'd be doing.
There you go.
Yeah.
Plus, by the way, I'm with Kong. I think Hunter beats Ruiz. I really do. I think he's wrong for him, bro. I think that's the one because Hunter, to me, I think Hunter's got faster hands than Andy, and Hunter's got good ability to move around and got a long jab. I really I'm dead ass. Michael Hunter's hands mad fast from max range or up close, like just throwing combos. Dead ass. Right. He got fast.
Yeah, he got fast hands. He does. I think from range, I agree with you. from
I
range.
can't see
Yeah.
Andy cutting the ring off on that dude with how quick his hands are at range. That's my only thing. Sure, Andy could get him and take him out, but I'd be through pure aggression. But he doesn't cut the ring off well, and Hunter's very fast and elusive. I mean, Hunter's faster feet than Joshua.
Yeah, but he ain't. He got faster feet, but he ain't the best. Like,
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. The balance crossing his feet.
balance defensively. I mean, you know what I mean. So
I do, but I genuinely think he'd actually school Andy. I'm not joking. I think he'd beat him without one round.
Hell no,
No, bro, dead ass.
Trolling.
No, I'm not trolling.
I have a question. Does Michael Hunter have enough power to keep Andy Ruiz off him?
That's my only question. I mean, I don't know. Let me say this. I don't think he needs the power to keep Andy off of him if he can maintain fitness and moving on the jab. But if he can't do that, Ruiz will get to him and take him out. Like, if he can do that, he beats him.
After 8, I'm with you guys. After 8. Before 8, I'm with Andy. So if I made a bet on that, Mark, I would make a bet that Andy takes him out inside 8.
If I bet on the stoppage, I'd bet Andy Ruiz after round 8.
Look, no, fuck that. I would say, okay, well, check it out. This is
Hunter has gassing issues. He has gassing issues.
So does Fanboy.
Yeah, but Fat Boy, if he's not landing for the first day, he's not going to really have many issues. Like, Fat Boy's actually Andy doesn't really gas in fights. Andy takes time off. He doesn't gas.
Come in 320 pounds. We don't know how many chalupas and
Hey, mate, I'm just saying, Andy Ruiz and Joshua both could have went another 15 rounds.
Okay, Takis and burritos, because my wife said it don't always
He could have went another 15 rounds in that fight. He could have went another 15 rounds in that fight against AJ.
He could have got his ass whooped another 15 rounds.
He still could have. Yeah. He doesn't really have a gas tank issue.
DMR, the 2 fights Andy Ruiz lost, Joshua and Parker, he lost the same ways. Stick move.
Right.
Yeah.
Right? Can Michael Hunter do that?
Yes. Yes, he can. Yes, he can. Now, look, guys, I'm not saying he can't win. I'm saying I pick Ruiz to win. I think Ruiz knocks him out. That's what I'm saying. I think Ruiz knocks him out. That's why I picked. I just think, okay, so when we talk about keeping him off of him, that's my concern with Michael Hunter. Because, like, we know AJ, like, the dimensions, the size, the length of his jab, the strength, AJ, and the footwork, and knowing how to use it and maintain balance, transition weight, all of that. AJ implemented all of that. Charles Martin can't implement all of that. He can implement some of these things.
Hunter.
Some of the things that AJ showed us, Charles Martin don't have.
Michael Hunter,
not Charles Martin.
I keep saying Martin. Michael Hunter doesn't have it. And one important thing is that Michael Hunter don't have is that goddamn right hand that Joshua was laying on Ruiz. Ruiz is going to come in there. He didn't know he got dropped by Joshua did. Ain't going to chew up Charles Martin. Michael Hunter's punches and keep coming.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, bro. So I don't know. It's a good fight. Interesting.
That's a good fight. To be honest,
here's one thing though. Andy to knock out Michael Hunter, right? I'm just saying, does Andy hit harder than Povetkin?
Don't know.
Because Povetkin didn't get his ass out.
You don't know because Andy, we ain't tested it yet, right? He put Joshua down, so that's one testament for him. And Joshua, Joshua's a proven guy. So we always say, like with Wilder, well, who did he put down at what level? Okay, he put Joshua down. So we gotta say at least that. We can start.
Yeah.
Andy
Povetkin didn't. Povetkin didn't put Joshua down. Ruiz did.
Povetkin actually caught Joshua with some of the same shit he caught Dillian Whyte with. Like he caught him with an uppercut, busted up his nose.
And that's what I'm saying. So we proved.
Can I say one thing about the uppercut though?
Like, come on, Povetkin put him down. The motherfucker got up. Klitschko put him down, which was known for parts. The motherfucker got up.
Can I say one thing about the uppercut? It's not the exact same. Just because Povetkin punches through his target, just because Joshua was completely upright, Povetkin was towards the max level of his extension, so he wasn't able to punch through just as much. Wasn't the exact same, but was similar. I get you.
Yeah, that was a perfect uppercut. Dillian Whyte was right range. I mean, he could, just like Mark said, he could punch through it. I was telling Doc the other day when we was on Mark's channel, that would be the difference of him trying to land that uppercut on a Tyson Fury because he's up here. You understand what I'm saying? He's way up here. That's different leverage trying to get that type of uppercut in on Joshua or Fury because they're taller. You know what I mean? So it was an uppercut, but yeah, like Mark said, it wasn't like that exact uppercut. Because even I think
it was also exploding. It was also whilst he exploded in, not while his feet were planted.
Yeah, and I think that even that exact uppercut sleeps Joshua and Fury. If he catches them like that, bro, I think if he catches any heavyweight like he caught White, night, man, that shit was perfect. That was like almost that perfect uppercut to me was almost like that perfect shot Marquez landed on Pacquiao. He caught him at the right leverage, like bing. That's how he caught Dillian.
It was just a perfect sequence. It was just a perfect sequence.
And he set it up, and I keep everybody who keeps saying it's lucky
to the body. He kept placing that left hand to the body. Yeah. White reacted to it when he fainted, and then boom, Povetkin, bam.
But see, in White's defense, like, man, Mark, you know about setting traps, but people don't know about setting traps. People understand this. This is what I was saying about White in the first 3 rounds. He set traps. And what the fuck, y'all don't understand that Povetkin fell for him? That first knockout, that was a trap White set for Povetkin. And that's why the knockdown I meant. That first knockdown, he fell for his trap. So, look, it's just Povetkin's trap was the perfect shot. That's what that was, bro. You know what I mean? But they both fell for each other's traps, to be honest, because Dillian Whyte was timing that overhand right. That overhand that Povetkin was throwing the whole time. He kept it, and I said, Dillian Whyte's timing that. He's timing that. And bam, he catches him. Okay, but Povetkin gets up. This is the difference. Povetkin catches White, ain't no getting up. Somebody talk about the ref and the count. Man, he was holding that dude's head like a baby. He won't get enough for the next 45 seconds. Fuck a 10 seconds. You know what I'm saying? White won't get enough. He was out. Gone.
Anywho, D, Unrivaled, y'all have a nice day. I'm going to listen to the chat.
Peace. Take care.
All right, thanks, Colin. Thanks for coming on, fam. So I'll say this, Mark. I agree with you guys to a certain extent about Hunter. I say he can offer Ruiz extreme problems. He can. I can see how he can do that.
Do you not see a possibility of him winning?
Yeah. But I just see more of a possibility of him getting stopped.
I don't think Ruiz would stop him early. Honest to God, I don't.
I didn't think early. I said 7 or 8. I don't think he stops him early.
That's what I mean. Anything before 9. I'd see that being a late stoppage, and I'm dead. If Ruiz were to stop him, it'd be like, just because Hunter does fade off, and Ruiz actually does pick his bursts really well when he chooses when to burst, so he's able to conserve energy, and he throws in pockets.
He stopped Joshua in?
Well, he stopped him in the mid rounds, yeah. But that's
stopping them in 7 or 8.
That's different, though. Hunter doesn't fight the same. No, it's different because Hunter won't fight the same style Joshua did. Joshua was more there to be caught early on. He was. The reason I'm saying that is because I think Ruiz would be able to catch up with Hunter as the rounds progress. In the earlier rounds, like I'd say he'd start catching him around 7 or 8, and then towards 9 or 10, he might get that stoppage if it comes.
See it just a tad bit different. I see him starting to put the pressure on him a little early. Like I see him starting to catch him with some good shots around 5. You know what I mean? Clean it up around 7. I see him starting to catch him some good shots around 5. Put that work on him, body him in 6. Put him away in 7 or 8 because Ruiz works that body good too.
He do. But it's just for me. I've seen Michael Hunter being very elusive until the 7th and 8th round.
Yeah, me too. That's why I really want, when I first spoke on it, I wasn't really thinking about that aspect of it. And then Iron Kong said, but then I just thought about the balance and the resistance and what he has to offer as far as, what he's going to give. I think
he hits relatively hard, Michael Hunter. People don't realize it. He does actually hit pretty damn hard.
Luis Chin takes relatively hard too.
No, I know that. It's just I think he has enough like in the first 5, 6 rounds, yeah, to just be able to keep at the end. Like I'm not saying like he doesn't get hit with anything. He'll get hit every now and then, but Ruiz is just very slow at cutting the ring off. Once you start getting into round 7 and 8, Ruiz will start getting to him, and then it'll be around 9 or 10. That's if he gets the stoppage.
You know those rights in the second fight, Joshua, boom, boom. Those rights he was catching Ruiz with. I don't think Michael Hunter has anything like those
No,
rights.
he doesn't.
He
There
don't
was
offer
one
nothing
major
like
right.
those
There was
fucking
one
rights.
major right hand though that Joshua did catch Andy with, and it made Andy very hesitant for the rest of the fight. And it was very early on. He caught him with the right that split open the top over his eye,
Right.
just over his eye there. He just caught him, bam.
That type of attention, I don't believe Hunter can give to him.
No, I don't either. I don't
You know what
either.
I'm saying?
I'm not saying that type of. I'm not saying he's going to make Andy not come into him. What I'm saying is that he has enough to just keep him at bay for a bit. Like I'm not talking Andy's not, because I don't see Andy just walking through every punch that's ever thrown at him. I've never seen him do it. I've seen him
No
be
boxer
hesitant.
really does that, and the ones
No,
that
I
do
know.
that eventually get their ass fucking stopped. Jared Hurd.
For Andy, it comes down to his fitness as well. Like if he comes in relatively look, if he comes in the same shape he was against.
Shit. My bad, man. Let me do this right quick. My bad, Check Collins, my man D. In the chat. Hope you're all right, happy and healthy. Let's go, Loma. Let's go, Loma. Loma gonna wash your bag. Can't wait. Well, Chet.
Yeah, let me do the song for him. Let's go, Loma. Let's go, Loma. There you go, man.
Well, Chet, you always know I appreciate the super chat as usual, my friend. And as I always tell you, Chet, I respect your opinion, but Teofimo Lopez is gonna knock Lomachenko the fuck out. All right. Appreciate you, Chet. Yeah, man. Chet always. You know what I love about Chet Collins? He don't just come in here and rag me about Teofimo. What I appreciate with Chet is every time he comes in here and rags me about Teofimo, he does it with a super chat. Every time, like, sorry, D, your boy gonna get his ass whipped. $5 super chat. Thanks, Chet. Yeah, I could take that kind of ragging any day. But still, Teofimo gonna knock the dude out, man. It's over, not for his career, but over for this Lomachenko wizardry. It's going to end in the ring with Teofimo Lopez. So all of you Lomachenko fans, get ready. Now let's get back to the heavyweights. Mark, we was talking the other day, right? Oh, shit. Well, I want to talk about this anyway, and somebody else can jump in here if you guys want to talk about this. We were talking about this. I was talking about this with Mark and Beats. I think it was Beats, me, Mark, Beats, and Lennox, I think. Philippe Pergovich versus Daniel Dubois. So, Max Kuckerman, what's up? He said, the Usyk went over. Hunter looks really good now. Yeah, it does. It looked good to me when he won because I didn't underestimate Hunter. I was like, Hunter's a good win for Usyk at the heavyweight division. The only thing about the Hunter fight, Max, and concerning Usyk was just what we were talking about with Andy Ruiz. Hunter don't have the power. I want to know if Usyk can take that heavyweight power, that real heavyweight power, not Hunter power. Because, okay, he could take a shot from Hunter, but that's not proven that he can take that heavyweight power. So he did an excellent job, and the win looked good to me when he beat Michael Hunter. But it didn't answer all of my questions for Usyk at heavyweight. It answered a lot of them, but it didn't answer all of them. And one really important question is, can he take that heavyweight power? Because getting hit by Michael Hunter is not like getting hit by Andy Ruiz or Anthony Joshua. Hell, even Tyson Fury after what he just did to Deontay Wilder, or Deontay Wilder in that sense, or Dillian Whyte, or Oscar Rivas, and so forth and so on. Getting hit by Michael Hunter is not like getting hit by those guys. And so I still have to see from Usyk what his punch resistance is concerning the heavyweight division, how he can take that wallop from one of these big guys. And I didn't get that yet with the Michael Hunter fight. That's the only thing about that Michael Hunter fight. Chet says, every day I breathe air is a grand day, my brother. Damn right, Chet. Damn right. Agreed. 100%. Buddy Aces, MXBC in the building. Mark's full of malarkey. Oh, boy. One thing about those guys. Hey, Box Day Game, what happened, man? You came in and then you fell back off. A Russian trap house. Chet said, just rewatch Whitaker Chavez and Whitaker De La Hoya and scored an 8-4 Whitaker. Bam! That's right. 7-5 Whitaker. Bam! That's right. Yeah, my man got robbed, bro. For sure. Pernell Whitaker got the business put on him in both of those fights. Sure, he got 3 robberies in his career. 3 terrible. Terrible what they did to Pernell Whitaker. Those 3 should be wins on his record. What's up, Day Game?
Salute, fam. Can you hear me?
Yeah. You clear. Loud and clear, fam. What's good?
Cool deal, man. I just want to jump in. Y'all was talking some Dillian Whyte, some Povetkin, some Michael Hunter. Just give my opinion. Michael Hunter. Yeah, I think Michael Hunter is a live dog in the heavyweight division. Yeah. I think I'd like to see him get his body a little bit more solid. You know, a little bit more muscle on him. Give him a couple of more years. I think he's gonna be a live dog. Povetkin, he's still what I thought he was. I thought Povetkin was gonna win the fight in the beginning because I'm not sold on Dillian Whyte, man. I never, a lot of these European fighters I'm not sold on. But as for Dillian Whyte, man, I don't like his style. I think he had a little bit of something helping him out in the medicine cabinet. To be real with you, just the way his body
probably did. To be honest, fam.
Well, I think Povetkin used to do it. I think Povetkin might have did it also, but just the way Dillian,
dog, he was he was juicing too.
Yeah, he was looking good.
He was too.
Yeah, he was looking good, and then he have a history. They both have a history. Yeah, but I think what's bad about the juice is it exposes you if you're not on that level. I mean, it'll give you an edge if you want it, but if you off of it, it's gonna expose you. And just the way his body look, his shoulders look, he just kind of looked a little small to me compared to what the way he used to look.
Oh my gosh, bro! I sure do got some people coming here after my guys. So Zaro's 2 times says, "Big up, D. You know what time it is? It's time for your daily reminder that AJ KOs Luke Fury in 6. Man, Fury's gonna box around that Dosa and beat him in 12. Oh man, that's the fight. That's the fight that I really want. My guy and AJ. I want Tyson Fury in a fight where he can be beat. No way he can be beat in a fight with AJ. I want Teofimo Lopez in a fight where he can be beat. You know where he can be beat? In a fight with Lomachenko. I want Errol Spence in a fight where he can be beat. You know where he can be beat? With Terrence Crawford. I want Canelo in a fight where he can be beat, but where the fuck can he be beat? So I can't really say about Canelo. Jamel Charlo, I want him in a fight where he can be beat. I don't think it's the Rosario fight, but he'll get that fight soon. And now, Ryan Garcia has won himself back into my good graces. I am a fan of young Ryan once again. And I think he's going to continuously try to put himself in fights to challenge himself. So, I like Ryan. I like Shakur Stevenson also. I think Shakur is with Bob, so that says it all. Shakur probably wants the best, but there's not a lot of guys that want to fight that kid right now. They don't want to risk it. I would love to see Shakur Stevenson fight Burchell, right? These guys don't want to get in the ring with Shakur Stevenson. And to be fair to Devin Haney, they're not really lining up to fight him either. They see the talent in these kids, right? So they don't want to get in there with him. But
I see Shakur Stevenson. I see Bob Arum making a fight with Lomachenko in the future with Shakur. I think that's who Bob Arum really wanted to pass that torch to. from Lomachenko was to Shakur.
Yeah, well, how can it much matter though? Because if he may have initially, right? Well, who's a bigger attraction right now? So you would really want to pass your belt to the bigger attraction. Now, I love Shakur. Don't get me wrong. Like, I'm a Shakur Stevenson fan. But you know how I feel about Teofimo Lopez. He's a bigger star right now. And if he beats if he beats Lomachenko, he's already beaten Coleman. He's brash. His dad is brash and loud. That shit sells. And so they're all top ranked, right?
The reason I don't like about the Teofimo fight is I would prefer for them to all mix it up with Devin Haney. But if Teofimo win, I think he's gonna go up to 140.
He is going to 140. Win or lose, he's going to 140. I already talked to his dad about it. But look, the hell with that shit, bro. Fuck Devin Haney. And I gotta say this, bro. Look, I'm not against Devin Haney. I already told people, but fuck Devin Haney and this Teofimo being tied to Devin. He's not tied to Devin Haney. The only thing that ties Teofimo and Devin Haney is Devin Haney's mouth. That's it. Because right now, he's not in Teofimo's sights. Teofimo Sr. Says this, simply put. Lomachenko is their last fight at 135. The only reason they're at 135 right now is because of Lomachenko. See, that's a lot more than a lot of these fucking kids running around can say. The only reason he's here is because of Lomachenko, because of the best. So this kid is waiting around to fight the best, and then he's going to achieve and move up. This is why I'm so high on Teofimo, because look at what we're talking about here, right? Waiting around to fight Loma and then move up to achieve greater. While you got a lot of these other dudes running around talking about, I can't find a fight. Okay, it may be true to some extent, but bro, I'm going to root with the guys that's doing it right now. Jamal Charlo's doing it right now. You understand what I'm saying? Ryan Garcia, just like I said, I lit it off. Ryan Garcia's doing it. Luke Campbell, he's calling out Tank now. He's not looking ahead of Luke Campbell because he said it. This could be a 12-round fight for him. He's focused on this fight, but he's looking at cashing in on the interim because that's what they're fighting for, the chance to fight Haney. He wants Tank Davis next. On the route to Haney, he wants Tank Davis. If he can't get Tank, he wants Haney. And he said, if not, he'll settle for Linares because he was going to fight him anyway. But he's not going to go downhill. That's the type of stuff I like, bro. You see what I mean?
Here's the problem. Here's the problem that I have is the fact that these guys are all young. And you have promoters are sitting back, holding them back to let them age a little more and catch more paydays with a good record. Instead of them, let me ask you a question. Would you want these young bucks to fight each other at a young age right now, 20,
yes.
22, 23?
Yes. I don't believe in all of this marination and moving up and waiting. And a lot of these guys not fighting now, bro, is because of their undefeated record, because of the stock and all of this dumb shit and how boxing works. That's what it's all about, bro. That's why these young guys are, not fighting each other because of the atmosphere of boxing right now. Other than that, yeah, I definitely believe they should fight each other. These are the young talents who all of the fans would love to see Teofimo Lopez versus Devin Haney, Tank Davis versus Ryan Garcia, Shakur Stevenson versus Oscar Valdez, or whoever the fuck, bro. They would love to see these fights. Daniel Dubois, we get ready to get Daniel Dubois and Joe Joyce. Caleb Plant, and he's not that young, but we wanted to see Benavidez. We want to see these young guys, Virgil Ortiz and Jerron Boots Ennis. We want to see these young guys clash and get it in, but boxing won't allow that.
The money,
they won't allow that.
They want a bigger name. They want their names to be get more exposure and get more seats filled up. More butts in the seats.
I think these kids are so talented that they could take that loss and still move. Like, it's okay. So, say we get Teofimo Lopez and Ryan Garcia in the ring. Now, they both are gaining a lot of hype and everything. So, one of them loses. Teofimo Lopez, Ryan Garcia. I think that both of them are talented enough that they rebound off of that really quickly.
I totally agree. I totally agree, and I also agree that no matter even if you're 18, if you have a title, you game for anybody. If you fighting for a title and you win a title, if you 18, 20, 19, you should be able to fight with anybody in the division if you're a title holder and not pick and choose. You know, that's the only problem that I have. If you have a title, you should be fighting anybody.
See, that's the thing too. A lot of them they're not the ones picking and choosing. It's their teams. You know what I mean? It's their teams that's picking and choosing. So, like if you hire a PR firm, then you go to spit the script that they write for you. That's why you hire them, so that you say the right things, right? You're not just gonna go out there and fucking wing it and ad lib because you might say something stupid, get yourself in trouble. That's why you hired the PR firm. Well, a lot of these kids, they don't know the business of boxing. They don't know the route to take to get them to stardom. So they hired these people to do that for them. And then so it's those guys that's picking and choosing at the end of the day. I mean, we're going to lay the heat on the fighters. That's what we do. But the reality is, with a lot of these fighters, even the ones who claim they're their own boss, they're not. And they don't make the decisions. And so, you know, we can hold them accountable. Just like now, Ryan Garcia said what his plan is. He laid it out and everything. It could end up that he doesn't fight Devin Haney or fucking Tank Davis next. But would that really be his decision? Now, he will get some flame because he came out in the media and said, I'm fighting Tank Davis or Devin Haney next. And then when he fights, what? Fonseca in a rematch or something, then everybody's going to be mad. You know what I mean? If he fights Thomas Delorme, everybody's going to be mad. So we don't know. I mean, I just know that a lot of the politics and the sanctioning bodies and the promoters get in between all of this nonsense. But I'm with you if you're asking me and you agree with the fact that these young guys getting in the ring with each other. Yo, I'm with that all day long because the marquee fighters don't want to take chances with them. So they need to get in the ring with each other. At least they'll be fighting higher level talent. A lot of them are waiting around for the marquee fighters, but the marquee fighters are waiting for other marquee fighters, right? So we don't get the fights we want. That's generally how it happens. Then this young kid has to earn his way up. Then once he earned his way up to get the fight with the marquee fighters, we get all this trash in between. Reasons why this gets delayed, reasons why that gets delayed. And that's the problem. So hell, cut through all the chasing, fight these guys that's hot right now. Since those guys are messing around, they end up losing anyway. What just happened to Wilder? You know? I don't know, man. Boxing's all screwed up.
Well, I mean, I think what happened to Wilder is actually good for the sport. Now we get a third fight with two of the best heavyweights, you know, out there. So a third fight to me is great. And to me, Wilder is still a champion because until Tyson win that belt, he still have to go through the champ. There's a reason why there's a rematch clause.
Whoa. He ain't no champion. Not at this particular time.
Well, I'm just saying as a Wilder fan, right?
Okay.
To me, I look at him as still the champ because this man has to beat him twice. He beat him once. He has to beat him twice. So no matter how you look at it, if he beat him twice, then Fury's the champ. But to me, Wilder's still the man until this man beat him twice.
I heard this narrative before, and I don't even remember who I was going back and forth with this, but this is what I say about that. Wilder was the champ initially. He didn't take care of business in the first fight. When I look at that narrative as Fury having to beat him twice, the reason I don't go along with that is because you guys basically broke even in this first fight. You broke even. Now, if like with Anthony Joshua and Andy Ruiz, people say, yeah, Andy Ruiz blew his chance in the second fight by not coming in shape, but he did knock Joshua out in that first fight. Now, the fact that he was undisciplined doesn't change the fact that he knocked Joshua out that first fight. So they're even. They're on even grounds. Andy won one, Joshua won one. When you have a draw, that puts you on even grounds. Just like GGG and Canelo. Even ground the first fight, regardless of what people think it was robbery or whatever. People think it was a situation with Tyson Fury and Joshua. In the books, it's a fucking draw. That's what I always say about Fury and Wilder, and that's my guy. So I ain't going to do nothing different with Canelo. It's a draw. So in their first fight, they broke even. Canelo beat him the second fight. This is why Canelo like, I don't have to fight him anymore. We broke even the first fight. I proved I was the better guy in the second fight. That is the scenario that I take with Deontay Wilder and Tyson Fury. They broke even in the first fight. Fury proved to be the better guy in the second fight. He doesn't owe Wilder a goddamn thing except the fact that they signed a contract. But he don't have to beat Wilder anymore. They broke even. He beat Wilder. It's over. Now, the fact that they signed, they got to have this third fight. But Wilder ain't no goddamn champion. Now, this is just my perspective. He ain't no fucking champion. Fury don't have to beat him anymore because they had a break-even fight, and he proved himself to be the better guy. Just like what Floyd used to do when he would win a fight, but it was a controversial decision. So what y'all trying to say? I got a robbery? Y'all don't believe in this fight? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and clean it up and show you that I'm the man. And he would get those guys back in the ring. Maidana beat him. So now you can't talk about it. Well, that's the same thing that happened with Fury and Joshua just did. It was a controversial decision first fight. They broke even. Okay, draw. Judges said neither guy won. Draw. This second fight settled the difference. What the fuck are we talking about a third fight? You don't have to beat him no more. That's my opinion on it. You don't have to beat him. And I know BFTB was the first one that I heard say that shit. He was the first one that I heard say that shit. And I'm like, and I know what kind of fucking Wilder fan he is. This dude's a Wilder fan boy. But he was the first one that I heard say that shit. And dog, nah. Because had it been the other way around, and you got to be honest about this dead game, and I'm just talking about from BFTB's perspective. Had it been the other way around, draw the first fight, Wilder comes back and knocks Fury ass out the second fight. He wouldn't be saying shit about Fury got to beat him. Wilder has to beat him again.
It's over after that. It's over. You see, this is
it's the same situation. Then that's contradictory.
But this is the thing, though. You are right. You have a right argument. Where I disagree at G fight. All right, they had a close fight, but who won the first fight in the books?
They broke even.
All right, the second fight. Who won the second fight?
We know who won the second fight by default.
All right, so if Wilder would have won the second fight, it would have been over with. Now, if GGG would have won the second fight, they would have had a third fight. See where I'm going with it? Canelo would have had the contract where if he lose the second fight, there will be a third fight.
Right. But that's
the same thing. The only difference is Wilder blew the second fight, but the contract said the man has to win twice to be the champion. So if the second fight would have been another draw, the third fight, if Wilder beat him.
No, see, that's the thing. That's the thing, big game. That's
no more fight, another fight. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. I hear what you're saying, but I don't know whether it was Blue Blood or fucking BFTB or whichever one of them it was. And I'm just telling you just like this, because it probably was one of them, or Fanon's lying ass, because I done caught him in lies all kind of ways. Between the three of those motherfuckers is where this contract says that he has to beat him twice. The contract never fucking said that, fam. And that's the narrative. That's why I debunked that narrative. I can't even remember. It wasn't one of those guys particularly, but it was one of their listeners that I was having this discussion with. That contract never said that he has to beat him twice, ever. They just agreed on a third fight. It wasn't that he had to beat him twice to be considered champion. None of that foolery. That was
So
a
you telling
narrative.
me?
Hold on, dog. That was a narrative that came from one of those three dudes. And if they don't like it, they can come click this motherfucking link because I know one of them bought that narrative because that's the first time I heard that dumb shit. Who the fuck would sign a contract like that anyway? From the beginning, Fury thought comfortably that he could beat Wilder. Him and a lot of his fans felt like he beat him in the first fight. He comfortably did it in the second fight. And now Fury has even come up and said on fucking social media, he doesn't owe Wilder a goddamn thing because he's a nice guy. He's doing this third fight. That's why he agreed to the third fight. But he don't owe Wilder shit, fam. BFTB, Fanon or Blue Blood, one of them motherfuckers made this narrative up about it has to be, he has to win twice. That shit won't never in no fucking contract. Ever. That was a bullshit narrative. That motherfucker is the champ now. And if GGG would have beat Canelo in the second fight, I don't give a fuck what Canelo or Oscar say. GGG would have been the champion until Canelo could come back and take his belts back. A fucking contract is all it is. You're just agreeing to another fight, but it doesn't levy anything on the titles. It doesn't levy anything on what the results was in the previous fight. And the results in the previous fight for all of those motherfuckers is that a champion was claimed. Champion was labeled at that time, at the end of that fight. So that guy is the champion. Canelo was the champion. Fury is the champion. These other two guys, they don't deserve anything. They're not owed anything. But if you're contracted, then you have signed an agreement to do something else. That's it. So they just agreed to that third fight. Canelo never signed no contract because he knew he wasn't going to fucking lose. Or at least that's how he felt about it. You do know that it was the Wilder camp that instituted that shit.
Now, well, this is the thing. Well, you see, with myself, I was always a boxing fan that would never get into the money. And then when I got on YouTube years ago, I noticed a lot of people from overseas, they talk about the pocketbooks of these fighters. And that's when I kind of started getting into the contracts and all this stuff. But I mean, these contracts, the whole Wilder contract to me was funny because after the first draw, to me, Fury should have not got an opportunity to fight any other of these bums. It should have been an immediate rematch and no fights in between. That's the way I could understand the contract should work. Well, so when he moved to Top Rank, when he moved to ESPN, he got these other two fights. Then he fought Wilder. So I don't know how the contract worked, but I know that you have to beat the champion. I know a good manager, good promoter, you're gonna have to beat that champion twice. And I wouldn't put anybody in between. You know, I wouldn't let him go fight AJ or some other fighter.
Okay, but hold on though. We cannot blame Fury for the fact that Wilder and the PBC wanted that fight with Ortiz.
No, we can't say that.
We can't say that. Hold on, we can say that because we cannot say Fury went and fought this guy or that guy. Wilder wanted to fight Ortiz. So what is Fury going to do? Just sit there and wait for an immediate rematch while Wilder gets a fight in between for money? Because that's what you're basically saying. It's not like Fury didn't had any problem with going right back in with Wilder. Wilder don't wanted that Ortiz fight, that money fight, fam. That's why I didn't want no immediate rematch. It had nothing to do with Fury not wanting to do anything. We're not putting that shit on my guy.
But I can't say. You see, we can't definitely say that that's what Wilder wanted because why would Fury jump to another promotional company when we already set up the fight? And then you're going to take this other fight with Wilder? And let
me tell you what we can say. We can say what Wilder wants don't fucking matter. Well, it was what Shelly Finkel and Allen wanted. And that's evident. Wilder don't control a goddamn thing. And you Wilder fans know this shit, fam. It's what Shelly Finkel and what they wanted was dollars because they get a percentage off of his purses. So that Ortiz fight had to happen because they knew he was going to beat Ortiz. So we got to get these. Hold on. Let me finish. So we got to get these millions now off of this Ortiz fight because we know that this guy Fury could end up beating him. Now, if Fury beats him in your immediate rematch, then we lose that stock in that Ortiz fight. So let's go ahead and make this Ortiz fight happen, get that millions, get our cut off of those millions, and then put them back there in there with Fury. Because you know what could happen if we just put them back in there with Fury? What just fucking happened? And they knew that shit, man. So it had nothing to do with Tyson Fury and all of this. Those are narratives. Tyson Fury did what was best for him. Something Wilder's dumbass should have done. And I know that people don't like to hear this. What Tyson Fury did was took that fucking 80 million, like Wilder should have took that 120 fucking million, regardless of what anybody thinks. But we're not gonna blame Tyson Fury for lining his pockets because Al Heyman and Shelly Finkel wanted to line their pockets along the way. No. We're not gonna play that narrative, man. That's that narrative that BFTB and those bullshit niggas be pushing. And I've invited them here plenty of times for non-BFTB. I've invited them here plenty of times for the love of sports. Let's talk about it. But they ain't never showed up, fam. I'm not going for those bullshit narratives. Don't believe them. I'm not telling you not to be fans or subscribe to listen to nobody. But don't believe those bullshit narratives. And please don't try to come over here and make sense of them. Because I've already debunked them and trashed those niggas and invited them to come talk about it. But they don't want to, dog. BFTB is comfortable in that fucking graveyard where he can dismiss you off the fucking panel and everybody else dismiss you in the chat after you dig into his ass. That dude don't want it, fam. Fanon don't want it. And that bullshit, those bullshit narratives, they don't want to come over here and discuss it because they know I will bury that shit. Every fucking one of them, I will bury that shit. That shit about Wilder, bro, I have said up here on this platform, unlike those motherfuckers, defending Wilder. You don't hear them defending Anthony Joshua. I've said up here defending Deontay Wilder. I got videos, receipts. So I call it straight down the line. I'm not with this one-sided bullshit. But those bullshit narratives they come up with, bro, you can talk about it here, but tell them to come over here and prove their point. Because I noticed that a lot of people are getting those things from them. Tell them to come up here and then you listen to the discussion that I have with those motherfuckers. And I will destroy that shit, fam. I'm telling you that shit, that game. I will destroy it. That nigga's comfortable in the graveyard. He don't want to come out of there. Come over here, BFTB. And this, I'm not talking behind his back. I've offered this to his fucking face for non-2. They're cowards, fam. They don't want to come click the link on Speak Your Mind Sports Talk because I will bury them in all of those bullshit narratives. I promise you that. I promise you that. All of them.
No, I understand. I understand exactly the narrative you put, and it makes sense. Is it the truth? I can't say that is the truth because we can believe different things. Like I think that Tyson Fury ran, he got the bag, like you said. He went get the bag and would sign into ESPN. He had to fight whatever fight they gave him, and he had a fight in between the championship fight, which I disagree with. So yeah, I understand exactly what you said, that it could have been Wilder's people that thought it would happen like that. But I really think Wilder's just going to smash this guy this next fight. I mean, I really think he's going to smash him.
Break it down for me. I don't mind you thinking that, but break the fight down for me. How does it go?
I'm going to say it's going to go similar to the first fight, where I had Wilder winning. I had Wilder winning the first fight. But I think it's going to go back to the first fight. I think people are going to be a little bit more surprised at Wilder's boxing skills, his jab, certain things that he's going to learn a little bit. He's going to implement better and work on more. I believe Wilder needed this loss. I think it's going to make him a better champion. It's going to humble him. And if he does win this fight, we're in for a great American heavyweight that's gonna take his craft a lot more serious than using that one punch. So
you know what, that game, I so wish I could depend on that. But here's the thing, okay. As far as the great champ, I'm gonna talk on that after the breakdown.
Okay.
What's up, Brian? What's up?
Yo, D. Can I? Okay. What happened in the first fight? Okay. Right. It came up with a draw, right? Champion keeps his title.
Right.
Second fight, Fury smashed Wilder. He beat him, right? He came into the ring. And he came in. The difference between the first and second fight, he was throwing punches coming forward.
Right.
That's where power came from the second time. He was throwing, and Wilder could do nothing in the back foot. And you're saying he will improve in what, 10 months? He's had 12 years since being a pro of improving. And I've often heard that guy goes, I don't need boxing skills. I have power.
Yeah.
He's often said this, right? It's worked for him because this guy's been outboxed by pretty much every single boxer he's been in the ring with. So you're saying coming back and you'll have better boxing skills. I don't see that. Right? It takes a long time to cultivate boxing skills. That's just not overnight. You can't teach, right? If I take a youngster in and I train him for 9 months, in that 9 months, there's only so much he can learn in 9 months. It's the next couple of years where his skill improves exponentially, where you think this guy compete at a higher level. But it doesn't happen in 9-10 months. It just doesn't happen that way. And here's a guy who did not take his craft seriously, and he got found out. Wilder is overrated. Fury went to the Kronk gym. He was punching. He was moving forward. He was hitting. He was hitting with power. He was hitting combinations. He was landing his jab. Wilder was off balance all night long. Wilder's never had the greatest balance anyway for a heavyweight. And what happened was, I've never heard that before, where you had to beat the champion twice to win a title. I've never heard that before in my life.
Okay, well, hold on, Brian. Understand this. If anything is put in a contract, if it's put in a contract, then that's the way it is. It doesn't matter if it's traditional, if that's the way it works historically. Yeah. But if something is put in a contract that, look, this is how it's going to go, right? Yeah. So if put in a contract that you have to beat him twice or whatever, okay, then that would be the way it worked. The problem is that was the bullshit. It was never any amendment or anything in any fucking contract that said he had to beat him twice. That was a narrative. So what I'm saying is that it's not like people are just outlandish when they come back and they say, well, he was supposed to beat him twice. Here's the thing. I don't really get on a lot of people when I hear that. Just like I didn't jump on Dead Game's case because I know where it comes from. I get on the stupid motherfuckers that put that out. And if you got some proof on it or want to drop links or come up here and talk to me about it, let's talk about it. But y'all spreading some bullshit narratives. So I ain't jumping on Dead Game's back, because if that was the case, and a lot of these people come to our channels because we do the research, we out here reporting what's going on based on the articles and shit around the internet. This is what we do. So people come to our channels to try to get some truth out of these situations. So when these motherfucking channels sit out here and put out these fugazi out narratives, Fanon got like 20-some thousand people listening to him. How am I going to blame all of those people? That's why they're coming to us, to figure out what's going on in this sport. But they're feeding them some bullshit. So I ain't going to jump on Dead Game or anybody else who say, well, I ain't never heard of no dumb shit like that. No, I heard where that dumb shit came from. So it ain't his fault or anybody else's fault that this is the information that's being furnished, right? It's the furnishers, the motherfuckers furnishing that information. Y'all motherfuckers come talk to me. Y'all come talk to me. Y'all know who y'all are. Come talk to me right here.
Come talk. I just want to say one thing, and then I'm off right?
Yeah.
As I was saying, I've never heard of that, right? Because in the third fight, if the third fight happens, when they announce the WBC champion of the world, it will be announced Tyson Fury. So that bullshit is a narrative. And that's where I was going with that. In the third fight, if the fight happens, Tyson Fury will be the WBC World Heavyweight Champion, not Deontay Wilder. So that narrative is just a narrative. And that's where I was going with that. And I'd head off somewhere.
Hold up.
All right, Brian.
Who is the guy on the line?
That's Brian? My man, Brian Harkin. Yeah.
This is the thing. When he tried to make the analogy that Wilder cannot improve, I think that is ridiculous. I really do.
Well, let me retort on that real quick, Brian. I mean, Dead Game, because I just let Brian go. go with his piece because he got to get ready to jump off. But I was getting ready to come back and retort to that and give my breakdown on the fight aspect of it. Like, I ain't really going to talk about Wilder and the people he fought and all of that, but you look at these two fighters, especially concerning this first fight. In the first fight, like within those 12 rounds of the first fight, you watch two fighters do something. Get in there, mix it up, but you only see one fighter in that first fight make adjustments. This is issues that even Wilder fans had with him. He didn't make adjustments. So when you go from fight number 1 to fight number 2, you see one fighter that made major adjustments, then you see another fighter that still didn't make any adjustments. So the logic is that within the first fight that went 12 rounds to a draw, this fighter that made no adjustments. Then in the second fight, when he got beaten badly, he made no adjustments. The logic is that he's going to make adjustments going into the third fight. I just can't depend on that. That's my whole logic. And I don't give, it's nothing about all of this before, because people are going to say that Wilder's never fought anybody, blah, 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 blah. Okay, let's look at these two fighters, because that's what really matters. This is why the triangle theory doesn't work. These two fighters are familiar with each other now. The film study that they're going to do, Wilder's not going to go study Rumble in the Jungle, Ali and Foreman. Fuck no. His camp's not going to study that. They're going to study Fury 1. They're going to study Fury 2. They may study some of Fury fights, but that's what they're going to study. Fury's not going to study Rumble in the Jungle. He's going to study Fury 1. He's going to study Fury 2. He's going to study Wilder fights. That's what they're going to study. So it's about these two guys. So let's stick to this breakdown and analysis on what's going to happen in the third fight, strictly based on these two guys and what they did in the ring with each other. And when we pay attention to that, again, 12 rounds first fight, no adjustments from Wilder. Going into the second fight, he was pretty much the same Wilder, and Fury made adjustments to what happened in the first fight, which led to the demolishment because you didn't do anything differently. So I know what I had to do differently for you from that first fight. I figured that out. And you came in and did the same thing, which basically gave me exactly what I wanted, because you did the same thing in the first fight. The first 12 rounds, you weren't making any adjustments. So I just figured to myself, if you're going to come like that in the second fight and not give me any adjustments, I know what I have to do to tear your ass up. And he came in there and he tore his ass up. So again, we have adjustments, adjustments, no adjustments, no adjustments. Now we're going into the third fight and we're talking about adjustments. Nah, bro. Wilder's going to get his ass whooped again.
What I'm going to say before I jump off, and it's going to be kind of conspiracy type, but, you know, to piggyback off what you said, and what I said earlier about Wilder now being more humbled, I could see that because he's not even in the media. He's quiet. And I'm also hearing that he got rid of like part of his training camp, his trainers. Right. And I'm also hearing that he might have another trainer or someone helping him in the background to kind of touch on some defense and some skill work. So if we're going to talk about a mindset change, I think from what we have seen so far, I think we can say that it's possible that he does have a change of mindset. So that can go into the next fight with a new game plan, a whole new fighter. If he changes trainers and he gets somebody who I think he might have, I think he's going to be a whole different champion.
I could see that, but let me ask you one quick question before you leave. And I just want to be realistic, not about Wilder, but about athletes, age, and the ability to acquire and implement certain skills in a time frame. So what I'm getting at is Deontay Wilder. He ain't no damn spring chicken. This sport and every other sport is about muscle memory, things that you've done for years that you remember. If you're going to change things, because humans, we're habitual creatures. If you're going to change habits that you've had for years, it's really hard to do it within months. And it's not one habit this dude has to change within months. Not one habit he's been practicing for years. There are multiple habits that this dude needs to change within a span of a month. And unless these trainers are fucking hypnotists or Jesus, how are they going to instill all of that in him within months? Is my question.
No, and that's a very, very good question. And all I can say to that is, Wilder is not someone who's just coming off the street. He's a WBC champion with 9 defenses, plenty fights before that never took his craft. I'm going to say he took his craft serious, but the boxing craft, I don't think he took it as serious as I think he could have. So I think he's more green than we think, and I don't think he have too many bad habits. I think we need to put in some good habits. So, I don't think he have many bad habits because, he really just was working on one punch. I mean, he just a straight right down the middle and it's over. And it won him a bunch of fights that way. So he just needs to work on some things. He's not coming off the streets. He's a former champion. He fought the man twice already. Hey, that's all I can say. That's pretty much all I can say.
It's three things. And I hear what you're saying, but understand this. Like, even if we say he didn't take his craft seriously, let's say he didn't dedicate himself to his craft the way he should have, to not make it sound negative. He had the power, he had attributes, he utilized those, and he won a belt, but he didn't dedicate himself to the craft, the sweet science aspect of it, as much as he should have. He's going into a ring with a guy who has dedicated his whole boxing acumen on the sweet science. That's who he's going into the ring with. So if we say that it's actually bad, or if we say that it's green, then, and I say green, I agree with the green because I've been saying this, he don't really have the skills, right? So if we say habitually bad or if we say green, then you're still asking a guy who's green to acquire in 8 months what this guy who has based his entire acumen on. Because Fury ain't no fucking power puncher. It's actually exact opposite. Fury is the highly skilled guy, and Wilder's the power puncher. And their two strengths are each other's weakness. So if the sweet science, the footwork, the elusiveness, the herky-jerky, the utilization of the jab to keep him off, if that's Fury's strengths, which we know is Wilder's weakness, how does he acquire enough to get to the point to a guy that mastered this? Bro, it's not enough time. And I hate to make it sound grim for Wilder fans, but a lot of Wilder fans just don't want to accept the fact that he may not be finished in boxing, but he's finished when it comes to beating Tyson Fury. Tyson Fury or Wilder won't be around long enough for Wilder to acquire the skills to beat Tyson Fury. And that's just the brass tacks of it, bro. Because the things that he needs to acquire, boxers have to actually practice that, utilize that in fights, and work on that for years. And you're not going to do it in months. Because, again, lateral movement, staying off of center line, weight transitioning, working the jab, going to the body are all things that he would need to beat Fury. And are you telling me he's going to be able to utilize, implement, muscle memory, memorize all of that shit in months? No, sir. He's getting beat again.
I understand totally what you just said. It was easier for a boxer like Fury to go to a crunk gym and learn some proper ways to punch to get somebody out of there than it would be for Floyd to take his power and then learn all the attributes of boxing. I understand that totally. But if we're going to look at the first fight, with just a few more attributes, the power is going to be there to take Fury out. So, I mean, I think we're going to have a good fight. I love chopping it up with you, bro. YouTube is the only place to get the real boxing news these days. So keep up the good work.
Appreciate it. Appreciate you, fam.
Yeah, brother. And I'm out, man. Y'all have a blessed day, brother.
All right, day gang.
I just want to Just want to say something to then I'm heading. Right. I never said he couldn't improve. I said he can't improve enough. That was my point of view. I don't see.
No. We agree on that. We actually agree on that. I just don't think he has enough time because, like I said, those significant, and that was just 5 significant things, but they are significant. Staying off a center line because he was just going straight back, and Fury's too long. See, Wilder can go straight back because he's usually the taller, longer guy, and he has this wide stance, right? So he can backstep because he has a pretty decent backstep. He does because he maintains that wide stance. The weight transitioning as far as that right hand coming, he's already perfect because of that right stance. He can come right back off of that foot, right, when he backs up. But the advantage that he has over the other guys that he's usually fighting is the length and the reach. So just coming straight back is enough to keep him, but it's not getting off a center line. You're just going straight back. Getting off a center line, you got to dip that head to the right. You got to dip it down, or you have to move laterally, move those feet laterally. That's getting off a center line. He's not really getting off a center line. He's going straight back. So when you got a guy that has the superior reach, height, and he can still get to you going straight back, you're not getting off a center line. Now, that's just one thing that this dude would have to implement, right? But then I talked about the lateral movement and getting used to getting those reflexes. Virgil Ortiz, I put a video up about it. Virgil Ortiz does an excellent job off of getting off a center line without using massive lateral movement. He uses short head movements because that's all you need is a short head movement so that punch don't land clean. It may hit you, but it's not going to land flush. So that little short head movement is enough to get off center line. Wilder doesn't do any of that. And that's just getting off a center line, fam. You understand? That's just one thing. What about implementing the jab and the body work? So how do you implement and have him work all of these things that he's not really accustomed to working within months?
That's where I do agree with you, D. Also, the wide stance aimed for power shots, not lateral movement. Right? Closer stance and is for lateral movement. Can he even learn that wee trick? Because every time I see him, his feet are as wild as the Grand Canyon.
Wide, bro. Wide stance. And that's what I'm saying. Footwork. Like that's why I said I only going over one thing. Just getting off the center line. When we go to footwork, that's a whole different thing. Like we're jumping down a whole different lane now when we talk about footwork. So now look, those are 2 very significant things though that he would need to be Fury: the footwork and the getting off a center line. We ain't even talked about the jab and the body work. We ain't even talked about that. So like it's way too much for this guy, bro. It's way too much.
Yeah. Also, the wide stance also lacks balance if you get hit.
Yeah, but that's all coupled in the footwork. You gotta transition that way, that's all coupled in the footwork, all of those things. And that's what I'm saying. Like, and it's just something that historically, traditionally, he's shown us that he just doesn't possess. He never really had the need to have to use those things.
He can't even change that level. He can't even change that level. So
I've seen him change levels. I actually seen Wilder change levels before. It's just when you don't see a guy do something consistently, and this goes for any boxer. This is what I say about Errol Spence and Teofimo Lopez. So I ain't gonna take too much for Wilder. This is where I'm getting ready to get in my Wilder defense. Oh boy. Maybe I didn't have to get my Wilder defense because we got the ultimate Wilder defender on the way. But hold on, Smoke. Let me get this off before you start. So I'm getting ready to get in the Wilder defense because it's what I tell a lot of people. You cannot, sometimes you see fighters do things traditionally all the time in their fights, but a lot of times too is because the opponents that they're fighting are not requiring them to bring that out. But it does not mean they don't have it. It doesn't mean that they can't do it. I'll give you a perfect example in another sport, still combat sport. Justin Gaethje is getting ready to fight Khabib Nurmagomedov. Now, Justin Gaethje, since he's came to the UFC, He's been using these, and he's been punishing cats with these. But Justin Gaethje is an excellent top-level wrestler. Khabib Nurmagomedov, his strength is wrestling. So what people don't understand is that Khabib is not just going to be able to get in there and manhandle and maul Justin Gaethje like he's used to with his other opponents, because he is a top-notch wrestler. But they've not seen him use this because he's been using these. To come back to Deontay Wilder, I have seen him change levels before, man. And he does have the ability to do it. It's what I was saying. I don't know who it was, but they was like, Wilder go to the body. And I'm like, the only thing I said is, yeah, he should go to Fury's body, but he just don't do that. I didn't argue with the fact Wilder can't go to the body, blah, blah, blah. No, I've seen him change levels before, but he's in love with this, and he doesn't practice it. He doesn't implement that. But I wouldn't say that he can't do it. I actually think I've seen him change levels in a few fights and doing pretty well too, work to the body. It's amazing to me that he doesn't utilize that. But he does have that in him. I will defend him. Now, go ahead, counselor. Your floor, counselor.
Hey, what's up, Brian? What's up, D? What's up, chat? I hope you guys are enjoying your Tuesday. Right. So for me, I was listening to you guys, and I think that you guys, what I'm hearing from your takes about this fight is that Wilder needs to be a completely different fighter. He needs to work on all of these things. I don't think he needs to work on all. I know what you're saying. What you're saying is he needs to work on all these things, and there's not enough time to work on all these things. I don't think he has that much stuff to work on. I don't agree that he has to, in order to beat Fury, that he needs to work on what he missed, what he didn't do in the last fight. I think that really it's just about him being able to keep the fight at range, because that's where he was having the success. That's where it was competitive, keeping the fight at range. So all the stuff about his footwork and all that, whatever. You're not going to fix all that. And I don't even think he's required to fix all that to beat Fury, because he already fought Fury with the same footwork and fought him to a draw. Right? The changes that happened was Fury coming forward and what Fury was doing and that's what he has to contend with. It's actually keeping the fight at the correct distance, and that's all he has to. That's really what he has to do in order to make sure that the fight is competitive. Now, whether or not he's going to win that fight by keeping it at distance, that still remains to be seen, because it was a draw. It's not like he won by keeping it at distance, but at least it was a competitive fight throughout the 12. Instead of like basically a wash, like that the rematch was. That's really all it is. I don't think he needs to change that much.
Well, the reason I said he needs to change all of those things is because you may have a point with keeping the fight at a distance to make it competitive. But what I said in the second fight is Fury found a way out to easily not allow him to keep the fight at distance. So it's Wilder's job to find a way, like you say, to keep the fight at distance. And he is going to need all of those things, because Fury easily figured them out. Easily. It wasn't even hard. It was like you say, competitive first fight and an absolute demolishing the second fight, which shows the adjustments that I was telling Dege. One fighter showed the ability to adjust massively, and the other fighter showed nothing but an ass whooping.
But to me, Fury didn't show a massive adjustment. All Fury did was maul him in the clinch.
Yeah, of course not.
He came forward. No, I'm saying Fury came forward. That's not a massive adjustment. He fouled him in the clinch, which is also not a massissive adjustment. The issue was that Wilder didn't make any adjustments. Right.
That's right.
It's
none.
But that doesn't mean right. But the adjustment that he needed to make was what he was doing in the clinch. That's it. Like whether or not Fury was coming forward or Fury coming backward, Wilder doesn't need to make an adjustment. He doesn't need to change his whole style because Fury's going to come forward. What he needs to do is figure out how to be effective once Fury comes forward. And I don't think that it equals a whole bunch of adjustments. It's really mostly just his attitude in the clinch, and also being aware going inside the clinch and outside the clinch that Fury is trying to get an advantage.
Okay, now
That's boxing.
Hold on, Brian. Hold on. Now,
Okay.
when you say Smoke that the clinch, of course, okay, Fury didn't win that fight on the fucking clinch. I don't agree with that, but okay, because you're putting a lot on the clinch. Hold on 1 second. Fuck you.
Well,
I'm back. I just had to answer my door. No. Let me get in here. So, first and foremost, no, sir. My guy did not win the fight on the clinch. What's up? We're not gonna do that one there. And to stop Fury from coming in like he came in, and without getting hit. Okay, because it's not just stopping him from coming in. Without getting hit, he is going to have to use footwork. He is going to have to adapt to getting off a fucking center line. He is going to have to utilize the things that I said he's going to have to utilize to keep Fury at bay. I don't want to hear no, all he got to do is stop the clinch. Bullshit. Because he got absolutely demolished in a fight. When you get absolutely demolished in a fight, you don't have to make no one adjustments in no fucking clinch. Stop that nonsense. Your boy got his ass punished. And he has a lot of improvements to make to not get punished again.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that you could have that perspective, but literally the fight, to me, what I saw was a competitive fight until the third round when he got hit coming out of a clinch, right? And what I saw after that was a bunch of fouling and holding down. And one of the things I saw that's not out of the clinch, right, that he needs to make is turning his head away from the jab, right? That's not a clinch thing, right? But that's also, you can say that we'll see if he has the ability to do it. It could be a massive adjustment. It could be a minor adjustment. Let's see if he can make it. But that is another adjustment that doesn't have anything to do with the clinch. But if he can figure out how to not keep turning his head away from Tyson Fury's jab and also not to get manhandled in the clinch, then that fight goes different.
And with the turning of the head, I'll let you, this is real quick, Brian. With the turning of the head, and you're right, he was doing that. What's also going to be effective with Wild, that's what feints do. Sure, he's the king of feints. That's how he was playing them. That's how he was playing them out, bro. Because, yeah, he would turn his head. So when he hurt, he jerked, he turning his head, and Fury ain't throwing no punches. And when he go to regroup, boop, boop, too much to learn. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, if an amateur did that, if I was training an amateur and he did that, I guarantee you, I would tell him, that's an amateur, right? If an amateur turned his freaking head, when a boxer, I guarantee you, I'd let him know about it. I've seen that. I've seen plenty of young amateurs do that before, and let me tell you something. They got it from me when I was their coach. I don't ever want to see you do that again. Like,
yeah, literally. I can see it. I mean, how many guys that Wilder's going to face are going to have a longer reach than him, right? Not many. Right. And at this level, I think he just wasn't used to it. Right. And I think even in the rematch, he used the jab. Fury used the jab a lot more than he used in the first fight. Right. So it's that adjustment. What do you do? How are you going to adjust to that jab coming your way? Turning away is just a no-no. That is never going to be equal success in the fight. So you can call it a major adjustment or a minor adjustment, but that is definitely an adjustment that he has to make. What I think is a minor adjustment is just his attitude in the clinch. The way that he let himself be bullied in the clinch he will not be successful in the fight if he is that passive and that reactive. And that, like what D was saying, biting on every feint and also not offering any feints of his own, all of that stuff. Like, but that's a mentality to me. That's not necessarily a adjustment that he has to make.
That's not just a mentality, Smoke. You gotta practice that shit, dog. That's what.
But I'm saying I've seen that out of him before. I've seen him be more proactive and willing to lead. Right. I think that he went into the rematch after the first fight. I think that he was way too anxious, and then in every subsequent fight was trying to be a little bit patient, right, and be a little bit more reserved and catch you on the count and all that stuff. And I think that, and I don't think that helped him in the rematch because Fury wasn't that passive. Fury was more front foot, and Fury pressed the fight more. So I don't think Wilder was necessarily ready for that, but I don't think just because of it.
Did you need me, bro?
Yeah, this is like one. Taking a look at it, so we get scheduled in here. I'll let you know what day and time.
All right, I'm always working from home, bro. So anytime.
Yeah, so you can cut that out, replace all that.
Cool, sweet. Appreciate you guys. All right. You too. Sorry about that, guys. Got some plumbing need to be done in the house.
Nah, right. I did go out here and I did find the garden. What do you call it? Trim the garden. Lawnmower, you know. So the garden.
Brian,
we call it yard. We call it yards. You guys call it gardens.
Brian, before you leave, check this out. I just pull this up right quick because this is the shit that I'm talking about, man. Like where Deontay Wilder, and I don't give a shit about no goddamn what you call it, demonetization or whatever, man. Fuck y'all, demonetize me. How about that? Check this out. Max. So Tyson Fury, this is second fight. Wow. Right? This is the second fight. Look. Wow. Right on the jaw. He didn't even drop. That's what everybody want Wilder to catch. This is what his fans is waiting for. This is all, oh shit, it paused out on us. But literally, I just wanted to show that little clip. That's basically a lot of Wilder fans, maybe not you, Smoke. Maybe not you, Smoke, but a lot of Wilder fans, that's the money shot. That's the one they waiting for Wilder to land on Tyson Fury. Well, that was just one clip, but he landed that shot on him twice. He hit him with that shot 3 times, but Fury rolled one of them pretty good. But he hit him like that twice. The money shot. No, don't do it, Smoke. Let me finish. I'm getting this off. And again, it may not come from you, Smoke, but this is the bullshit that's going around. So you just gonna have to listen to it, fam. And I ain't talking about if Smoke said it. But this dumb shit is being said. Okay, so all of these Wilder fans running around out here waiting for this so-called money shot. Wilder's going to land that right hand. I keep hearing it. Wilder's going to land that right hand. I just fucking showed you he landed the right hand. Fury's whole fucking face shook. So I don't want to hear shit about he didn't catch you flush or none of that bullshit. That money shot is all he has. That's it. He hit the man with it twice. He hit it with him in the first fight, and Fury got up like the fucking Undertaker. But that money shot is all he has. That motherfucker's getting his ass whipped. Whip him again.
I think so.
Listen, you got his ass worse on him, but you know, there's difference between landing a shot first round and second round versus 11th and 12th.
You know why you breaking up, Smoking? You are breaking up. You know why you breaking up?
And that's what trilogies are for. That's what trilogies are for.
Get that bullshit off.
Trilogies ain't for a beating. Like, trilogies are for tough fight, Smoke. That were the first fight was close. The second fight was our ass whooping. Usually after an ass whooping, we don't get a trilogy. So you know, the only reason this is happening is because Fury and Wilder, they had it in the contract. That's the only reason it's happening.
Yeah.
It should have been if it was an
the only reason it's happening is because the first fight was a draw. The only reason it's happening is because the first fight was a draw. If let's say the first fight was the second fight. Right. It's only because the first fight was a draw. If the first fight, if only the fight was, if
the argument that's getting ready to go somewhere it don't have to go. It's an argument that's getting ready to go somewhere it don't have to go. If a third fight wasn't contracted, it would be no third fight. We don't care why the reasons it was contracted.
Yeah,
if a third fight wasn't contracted,
I'm saying
usually it would be no third fight. That's all Brian said. So it's no argument with that. It's none.
Yeah.
No argument.
But right. The issue is that usually you don't get it. The reason why this is an anomaly is because and usually you don't.
Right, but that's the reason why. But just like I just said, fuck the reason why. If a third fighter ain't in the contract for whatever fucking reason, don't fucking matter. That was his whole point. So we can give the reasons or the justifications why there's a third fight in the contract, but no third fight in the contract, no fight. That was his point. Can't argue that. Period.
Does Andrew Ruiz deserve a third fight with Anthony Joshua?
No, yes and no.
Was there ever a draw in an Andrew Ruiz fight? Was there ever a draw? You keep missing that there's a draw in this thing. When you get a draw, one and two fights, a fight is not unheard of.
It was a draw in the Canelo fight.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say
is they fought again. They fought again. Yes, they fought again, and they're talking about fighting again.
Yeah, they're talking about it, but it's not mandatory or not. Canelo's doing his own fucking thing. Wilder fans are trying to make it like the third fight has to be mandatory, and that's the bullshit. Period. That's the bullshit. Period.
No, the mandatory part is the contract that you just talked about. It's the contract that you just talked about.
What I'm saying, we have already accepted that, but that's what Brian was saying. Had it not been contracted in, basically he owes Wilder diddly. The only reason he's fighting him is because it was contracted in. That's the only point we made. Nobody cares about the reasonings behind it.
That's the only reason why the rematch happened in the first place.
Yeah,
it's the only reason why the rematch happened in the first place. It's not like it's mandated.
It don't change the point. It don't change the point, Brian.
It's not like the fight was mandated.
So the fuck what? It don't change the point.
Listen, you keep interrupting me and making your own. Like if you let me finish my point, then we don't have to go back like this.
Go ahead and finish
but
your
cut me off. You don't want to hear what I gotta say.
Go ahead and finish your
I was addressing Brian's point. Listen. You call it irrelevant. I was addressing what Brian was saying. I was addressing what Brian was saying about how usually how you don't get rematches. The reason why this is different was because within this fight there was a draw. Generally, when there's a draw, what you hear is a trilogy. When you hear that point, hey, you know what? Trilogy's still on the table. Even with Ruiz, Ruiz with still talking trilogy.
You know what? The boxing guys are here today. They muffling that bullshit you saying, Smoke. Every time you call that bullshit, you get muffled as hell. And I just let you talk. But the boxing guys.
Listen, I'm just saying. I know. There's no way. There's no way that Wilder should get the benefit of a rematch, even though it was a voluntary, not a mandatory, and he didn't have to fight Fury in the first place. Because he fight Fury, but as a champ and a voluntary, like everybody else gets a rematch, but for some reason, because you feel like he didn't win the first time, or you don't like Wilder, or you like Fury, that this guy doesn't deserve it, he doesn't deserve a rematch, which every champion gets in this position. Everybody.
You making a fool of yourself. Ain't nobody sat up here and say you don't deserve a rematch. I didn't. So you making a fool of yourself talking about
No, did I say you did? Did I say anybody did? No, I'm not making a fool of myself. You're changing the subject. Actually, I didn't say you did. Did I say you did? Did I say that you said that? No, I didn't. So stop it. So stop bitching about. Stop bitching about a clause that everybody has. Stop bitching about a clause everybody has.
This is what Wilder
bitching about a clause everybody's got.
This is what Wilder deserves, Smoke. This is what Wilder deserves. Exactly what the fuck he's getting ready to get. Another ass whooping. So touche to the fucking rematch. Because that fucker's gonna get exactly what he deserved. He been bouncing around the heavyweight division, fighting all of these goddamn low-level fighters for all of this time, and now he got exactly what he deserved. A good old-fashioned ass.
Oh, God damn, dude. Okay, cool.
Exactly what he deserved again. Another good old-fashioned ass whooping. So you know what, Smoke? He does deserve this rematch because he deserves another good old-fashioned ass whooping. And that's what he's going to get.
Oh. Okay, so name the fighter who's gone through a career that didn't get an ass whooping. Floyd. So every other fighter deserves an ass whooping. Fighters get ass whooping as part of the game. What he deserves is an opportunity. What he deserves is the opportunity. Like you can spin it to however you want, right? But fighters lose. Fighters can lose even in dramatic fashion. Did Muhammad Ali deserve to get his ass whipped by Trevor Berbick because he had Parkinson's? No, he didn't. That's just what happened in the fight. What he deserves is his opportunity, because that's what every other champ gets. You can spin it to whatever, to Wilder fucking like talking shit about Wilder that you want. However, all I'm saying to you is the dude, he was a champ. It was a voluntary. There was a rematch clause. He didn't have to fight Tyson Fury in the first place. Stop trying to take my man's his opportunity away. That's it.
Okay, now, and I'll let you finish your rant. So zip it. Don't fucking sit here and tell me what Wilder deserves. I already said he deserves this third fight because he deserves another ass whooping anyway. But don't sit up here and tell me what Wilder deserved and then say, did Floyd deserve? Did Ali deserve? Wilder didn't do a tenth of what those motherfuckers did. They deserve what they did because they earned their way. Wilder was given his way by Shelly Finkel and fucking Al Hammond. He didn't earn a motherfucking thing. And when he got the chance to actually earn it against a fighter that really fucking mattered, he got knocked the fuck out. So, I don't know if it was your reception or whatever, but don't even give me that shit. Ali, Floyd, Mayweather. What the fuck has Wilder done that compares to anything that those two done? Wilder's
he
a
really,
Millie, dog. He's a Millie, dog.
Did Smoke really compare Wilder to Ali?
He said Ali deserved, Floyd deserved. Are you kidding me? Why would you even mention Floyd and Ali? Wilder ain't got a goddamn tenth of what those dudes did in boxing. What? Bermain Stavern? Or Dominic Breazeale?
Hey,
or was it the big win over Luis Ortiz?
Hey, you know what he did be?
The motherfucker didn't even have a, hold on, Brian. This motherfucker never even unified a goddamn title. And you're talking about a multi-division champion, a guy who beat, do you know how many champions Floyd beat? How many champions did Wilder beat? Are you kidding? Do you know how many Hall of Famers and champions Ali beat? And you have the nerve to mention Deontay Wilder in any comparison with those two. You must have bumped your head really hard in the smoke, really hard. Or you smoking some potent, powerful ass weed this morning.
Give me some of that.
Like I said, you just said that Wilder didn't unify and got his ass whooped, right? So Ali, who is the greatest of all time, right, did get his ass whooped, right? And he unified. So if Wilder deserves to get his ass whooped, Ali didn't deserve to get his ass whooped. I think is your point. But Ali still got his ass whooped. What I said was, since you said Wilder deserved to get his ass whooped, I said, hey, you know, what's up with Ali? Did he deserve to get his ass whooped too? Ass whoopings are part of the game. I don't know why you guys think you can just hate on a guy's resume because you don't like the dude. That means he deserves every negative thing to happen to him in boxing. You know what? Guys get the ass whooped. That's it. Period fucking dot. It's not about deserve an ass whooping. You get that ass whooping. You're around long enough. You actually step up in competition. Chances are you're going to get that fade. You're going to catch a fade. Period. Dot. Like while you guys could talk about the weed that I'm smoking and completely missing the analogy, what you're doing is just hating on one guy. That's it. Fine. You like to see Wilder get beat up. You know what you're gonna do? You know what? You're gonna have your opportunity to see it again.
Yeah. No, yeah, but we're not hitting on one guy. We're talking about a resume. You compared Deontay Wilder to Muhammad Ali. That's
in what context? In what context, Brian? In the context of deserving an ass whooping. In the context of deserving an ass whooping.
All right, Smoke, hold on. It wasn't a comparison to resume. But let me say this. Let me break down the comparison and still the even more foolery, Smoke. Because that shit didn't fly by me, all that bullshit you just said. That's all you do when you come back with this Wilder tomfoolery and bullshit. That's all that was. Let me tell you something about Ali and the difference that I can say, at least for what I'm saying. And did Ali deserve to get his ass whooped? Did Deontay Wilder ever step his silly ass in the ring with a man like Ken Norton? Did Deontay Wilder ever step his silly ass in the ring with a fighter like George Foreman? Did Deontay Wilder ever step his silly ass in the ring with a fighter like Joe Frazier? Did Deontay Wilder ever step his silly ass in the ring with a lot of fighters that were great, like Muhammad Ali attempted to achieve greatness? Deontay Wilder never stepped his silly ass in the ring with a fighter that was on that level that could do these things to him. And Muhammad Ali did. See, Shelly Finkel and Al Heyman said Deontay Wilder was a baby. So they kept him in fights with guys like Bermain Stavern and Dominic Brazil. They kept him away from the guys like Anthony Joshua, Alexander Povetkin, Dillian Whyte. But Ali, he went full-fledged to those fights. So he put himself in a position to get his ass whooped. So therefore, no, he didn't deserve an ass whooping. But a motherfucker who's on a fugazi-ass path through the heavyweight division has been fighting a lot of low-level fighters, and he finally gets his silly ass in the ring with one of those kind of fighters. Hell yeah, he deserved to get his fucking ass whooped. And Wilder deserves to get his ass whooped again. And Fury's gonna oblige, my friend.
Okay, so your point is, your actual point is, because there's no Ken Nortons in the division today, then Wilder deserves to get his ass whooped, but Ali didn't. Okay, so right. So great. So let me finish. I didn't interrupt you to say nope.
No, you asked me a question and I said no. That's not my point.
I got it. I got it. But you're also right. But you also completely mischaracterized my position and then went all over the world with it, and Shelly Finkel's position. So firstly, if you're saying that Ali fought such good guys that meant that he didn't deserve to get his ass whooped by the likes of Leon Spinks and Trevor Berbick, then I would argue with you. Then I would argue that maybe you are correct. But also, maybe he fought those tough guys, and that's the reason why he got his ass whooped later on, right? So we can go all around this whole deserves thing. So when it comes to Shelly Finkel said he's not fighting Klitschko right now. Klitschko, he wanted to have a defense. One title defense before they went in against Klitschko. He didn't say, hey, you know what? He's young, therefore they're not going to fight Dillian Whyte. That is a bunch of bullshit. And that's exactly the kind of bullshit that I'm talking about for people who are grasping at straws in a feverish attempt to hate on Wilder. I get it. You just want to talk shit. And this is another thing. Do I do this to you? Do I sit there and talk and disrespect your position while you're making it? No, I don't. But you know, I'm gonna keep on going on with this. Since you want to talk about what Ali deserves versus what Wilder deserves, what I'm saying to you is, boxing is not the fucking tickle business. It's the hurt business. Guys get their ass whooped. You can say, because when your guy gets his ass whooped, you can say whether or not he deserved it. When your guy you hate gets his ass whooped, you can say whether or not he deserved it. But it's a Bush League argument because ass whoopings happen, regardless of who you think deserves what.
Finish. Oh, I just didn't want to cut you off. That's just some more bullshit, right?
No, yeah.
Hey, man, I ain't cut you off. I ain't cut you off. My turn. Yeah, do your antics. Because here's the thing. What I'm saying is facts, dog, and truth is reasonable. What you saying is a bunch of goddamn fluff about Wilder. Listen, man. That man never challenged himself. Never. The first time he challenged himself, he got a gift. They granted him the gift of holding on to his belt. That was the first time he challenged himself. The second time he challenged himself, he got absolutely demolished. Absolutely. That was the second time.
Was he supposed to win the Suburban fight?
I didn't cut you off. Hold up. So, Fury.
Yeah, you did. You did cut me off.
Okay, yeah, well, Stroke. I was sitting here like this, fam, letting you rant. So go ahead and do that.
Yeah, after you cut me off. Yeah, after you cut me off.
Okay, well, I did now. So go ahead and do this and let me rant. Now, again, Deontay Wilder has not challenged himself at the heavyweight division except when he got in the ring with Tyson Fury. Deontay Wilder, when he was younger, and let's utilize specifically the Klitschko, right? Because he said No, Shirley Finkel said when it was about Klitschko, Wilder was a baby. Well, let's take that back to the great Muhammad Ali. At the time, if I'm not mistaken, his name was what? Cassius Clay. And he challenged himself and he fought Sonny Liston. His management team didn't say, oh, he's your baby. He's a baby. He's a grown fucking man in combat sports, but he's a baby. No, he challenged himself. He fought Sonny Liston. So I don't want to hear this bullshit about Deontay Wilder's fugazi-ass heavyweight journey, bro. The shit is fugazi. And all you Wilder fans need to accept that it was fugazi. And Fury proved it to be fugazi because the first time he stepped up to the level of competition, this is what happens. We have a bunch of Wilder protectors that don't understand he's going to get his ass whipped again.
Okay, so Stavern fight was a step up. First off, let's go back to your first nonsensical analogy with Sonny Liston. How many champions were there when Ali challenged for a belt?
I don't know.
One, right. So the only way he could get a belt was because it was to fight Sonny Liston. Because back then, the one champ was the champ. There was no such thing as, I am a champ and you're a champ. Let me get my weight up. I'm a new guy and you've been around for 10 years, right? As if Sonny Liston was dominating for 10 years, which he wasn't. He had all he beat was Floyd Patterson, who was a protected fighter to begin with, right? But whatever, I'm not even gonna go there with you. All I'm gonna say to you is this. You can hate Wilder's step-ups with Stavern, Ortiz, and Fury. Those were his step-up fights. Those were his step-up fights. He had 3 of them. Actually, he had 4 of them between 3 different fighters, right? Because the Stavern rematch was not a step-up. But the very first Stavern's fight was a step-up, right? So while you're doing this while you are figuring out how you can hate on Wilder, why don't you get it straight, right? I get you that you're a Fury guy and he beat Wilder and you don't like Wilder. That doesn't mean that you now need to shit on Wilder from a historical perspective, because what you'll find when you talk about stuff like this, you'll go, before you get to Ali, you have to go by a guy named Vladimir Klitschko, who had 69 fights without stepping up at all. And right? And you know what happened with Klitschko? He got his ass whooped by lesser competition. At least Fury, when it comes to Wilder, is not lesser competition. But you know what Fury was to Vlad? Lesser competition. You know what AJ was to Vlad? Lesser competition. He got his ass whooped by lesser guys, not by at least arguably the same or better.
Yeah, but if Vladimir Klitschko was 5 years younger, he could have beat. He could have beat AJ.
I get it. If Frog had wings, it wouldn't bump his ass a hopping.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying perspective. Perspective can be whatever someone chooses it to be, right? And the perspective is that Deontay Wilder is a top fighter. No, he ain't. He's good, right?
The perspective is a top heavyweight, and he is.
Stop cutting him off, Smoke. Stop cutting him off.
I hit Deontay Wilder. You think I hit Deontay Wilder? I don't. Right? I don't. I hit the fact that he has disrespected my sport by using one attribute he has, and that's power. And he's not tried to even learn the art of the sweet science. That's what I hit. A sport that I love, a sport that I grew up doing since the age of 7 years old, and I fought till I was 30 years of age, right? And till this day, I'm still coaching. That's 30 years. This September will be 30 years I've been involved in boxing. 30 years out of my 37-year-old life. That's a long time.
You need it. If after 30 years you don't see Wilder having any sort of sweet science, stop boxing. Stop training people. And what you're training them is bullshit.
I just want to know why Brian can't talk and give his story, dog.
No, right. After 30 years, right, of me, and you say I don't know how about boxing after 30 years of me doing it and coaching it, the many fights I've been in, many times I've been in the ring, how many spars I've been in, and every single time I've tried to learn something. Every single time I came out of a spar or came out of a fight, I tried to improve on something.
See, Brian,
Wilder hasn't done that. That's where I'm going, right? Wilder has stayed the same. He's digressed since his Olympics. He's not progressed, he's degressed in his boxing skill and his acumen. That's where I'm going with that. That's what I don't like about Wilder. He's got power.
I got you.
He's got power, he's got attributes, he's got a lot of things going for him. He's big, he's tall, he's rangy. Could you imagine if this guy, how good he would be? And we might be talking about one of the greatest fighters maybe of all time, if he actually dedicated himself to the sport.
Yeah, hey Brian, real quick, let me jump on something right quick, man. Because I'm agreeing with you with everything that you were saying about Wilder, but I don't want to. This is why me and Smoke go back and forth, and you sit for a second, because I want to attack shit and he say and nip that bullshit in the bud when he say it, and y'all be letting him get away. Like Brian, you making good points, but you let Smoke. You just almost, because I ain't gonna let the motherfucker get away, but you almost let him get away with some bullshit he just said, and I'll be on top of that bullshit. So that's why I was letting you get your piece off. But let me get this right quick. Smoke, stop your bullshit. Bermain Stavern was no fucking step-up fight. Stop your bullshit, okay? Bermain Stavern, when I talk about a Muhammad Ali challenging himself against a George Foreman or a Joe Frazier or a Kenny Norton or a Liston or a Larry Holmes or the many, many, many great fights, don't fucking give me no goddamn Bermain Stavern. That motherfucker ain't gonna be no Hall of Famer, considered no boxing great, no fucking legend. Don't give me no fucking Bermain Stavern talking about a motherfucker.
When he said AJ,
hold on, Joshua, hold on. Talking about no fucking step-up fight. Don't give me no motherfucking 50-year-old Luis Ortiz talking about some motherfucking
competition for AJ.
Are you kidding me right now? Are you kidding me right now? Deontay Wilder's step-up fight, his only step-up fight, was Tyson Fury. First fight, he couldn't get the job done. Coincidentally, his only step-up fight was getting off the fucking couch of over 400-some pounds of coke binge and a fucking mental fit. And he fought two no-name guys and still came in the ring, and Wilder couldn't get the job done against him, which was his only step-up fight. And then his second step-up fight, which happened to be the same guy, who didn't give Wilder the benefit of doubt of being not in shape, less reflexes, not back on his groove. He didn't give Wilder that benefit of the doubt. He came in the ring and he beat the living shit out of him. Those are his only two step-up fights. So you just stop the bullshit when you come with some fucking Bermain Stavern and Luis Ortiz as a step-up fight when all of these ignorant, idiot-ass motherfucking Wilder fans was considering him one of the greatest heavyweights of all time. How the fuck are you one of the greatest heavyweights of all time and a motherfucking step-up fight is Bermain Stavern and Luis Ortiz? Go smack yourself with that bullshit. Fuck out of here.
Okay, so right, so you're saying that people were saying that Deontay Wilder was the greatest, one of the greatest heavyweights of all time. I thought we weren't interrupting each other. I thought we weren't interrupting each other. Okay, great. So you stop it. First off, step-up fight means that before you fought this guy, that the guy that you're about to fight represents the most dangerous guy that you faced, and it is a step up in competition. Bermain Stavern was a step up in competition from the guys that Deontay faced when he fought for his belt. Nobody was saying that Deontay Wilder was the best heavyweight of all time before he fought Bermain Stavern. Nobody. So you stop it with all that shit. You stop trying to redefine what boxing terms are to make your argument because you want to hate on Wilder.
Nigga, I never hate on Wilder. I never sit up here hating on Wilder. You sit up
I know,
here.
that's why we had this conversation. Hey, one last thing. And when it comes to Brian, if you think that Wilder hasn't changed, that he's regressed from the Olympics, stop training people. Stop watching boxing. See what was your boy that used to fight welterweight Crunk Jim? His manager, or his trainer right now, Mark Breland. See what Mark Breland has added to his game. If you think that this guy hasn't done anything but regress, you're tripping. Stop telling people this. Stop training people. Stop with this. It's dumb shit.
Hey, Brian, you know what I want you to do? Keep training them young boys and keep them from being anything like that fucking ridiculous shit that they see in the Deontay Wilder. Good job, Brian. You got a good eye. Because that motherfucker has regressed. He has regressed.
No,
okay, my turn. Don't make me put you backstage. I don't let you cut me off one time, but you ain't gonna keep doing it. That motherfucker, in my opinion, I have the same opinion as Brian. The motherfucker has regressed. And I've actually said this before, because earlier on in Wilder's career, I used to see him do more. When I talked about the changing of the level of smoke, when I just sat up here and fucking defended him, it was from shit that I used to see him do. And I said that he does have it and he can do it. So don't fucking tell me he hasn't regressed, because he don't do those fucking things no more. So if you do those things in your earlier career, which is things that you need to implement now, that can help you win fights now, but you don't do them anymore, that's called a fucking regression. So Brian, take that bullshit smoke this told you and throw that shit out of the window, or even flush it down the toilet. You keep training, you keep your good eye, and never listen to that bullshit that fool's talking about, especially when it comes to this worthless ass champion that they love called Deontay Wilder. Never listen to it. Fuck out of here with that.
Right. You never hate on you never hate on Wilder. You just call the man worthless. And just to debunk your point in your eye about boxing, he changed levels in the rematch, and he also changed levels in the first fight. So kill yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah, he regressed
in the first fight. He got his ass whipped in the second fight. So go.
I don't mean in life. I don't mean in life. I just mean in training. I don't mean in life. I don't mean in life. I want you to continue to live as a person, but just stop telling people about boxing. Just stop.
I want you to open hand smack yourself. As a matter of fact, wet it with some hot water and then douse it with some broken glass and smack the shit out of yourself for that dumb shit you be saying about Deontay Wilder. Just open hand smack yourself. Cool, yeah. Maybe you'll get some. Maybe it'll wake you up, because that motherfucker is worthless as a penny with a hole when it comes to the heavyweight division.
All you got to do is say, you know what? Me calling a fighter worthless is a hateful fucking statement. And if I call you worthless, it's probably because I hate on you. It is probably a result of me hating on you. That's what that is, right? When I say Burchelt looks like shit at 135, that is not because I'm a huge Burchelt fan, right?
Hey man,
even though Burchelt didn't get hit, even though he knocked the dude the fuck out, I'm talking about how horrible he looked. You know why? You know what that is? That is some fucking hate. That's what that is. Why don't you fucking get clued in on your own behavior?
Yeah. Look, let me tell you something. You Wilder fans are amazing to me, man. You Wilder fans are amazing to me. Somebody please tell me, how is it hate when you say this motherfucker is worthless, a worthless heavyweight, one of the most worthless as a penny with a hole in it? So let me tell you the value that he's brought to me and why I think that he's worthless. Okay? So here's the value Deontay Wilder brought, at least in my perspective and my love for boxing. He was an American champion representing our country, America, as a champion, not achieving. He was an American champion, at least from my perspective, on a false fucking journey. He was an American champion that did not even attempt to challenge himself and do great things. He was an American champion that did not once unify. He was an American idiot that had a chance to go for all 4 belts for an enormous amount of money and said he wanted to gamble on himself. So as far as I see this American champion who finally stepped up and got demolished, his whole fucking career representing America for the love of boxing, he was as worthless as a fucking penny with a hole in it. And that has nothing to do with hate. That has to do with what I tracked in this daisy ass American champion we had. And thank goodness that motherfucker has been dethroned. Thank you.
Well, okay, so now we understand what your bias is because you feel like he represents you somehow because he's American. So really, let me tell you something about boxing that don't have shit to do with where a guy is from, right? What Deontay Wilder did was tie the record for number of consecutive title defenses that he did with the last American champion, that was Larry Holmes, who also never unified, and that record stayed for 100 years. Tommy Burns, I bet you can't name any of the people that those guys fought with or the level of competition that they actually were. Like, really, all this is because you felt like Wilder was supposed to be some kind of guy that you thought he's going to be. Instead, he's himself, and you got some problem with it. Why don't you just let the man's nuts hang and accept and appreciate what you see in front of your face versus trying to make him be the next coming of Mike Tyson or whomever else the fuck you think an American heavyweight is supposed to be?
Facts, bro. That's 100% facts.
So it's not facts, LFA. And no, Smoke is not what I thought or let me down on what I felt he was supposed, or let me down on whatever the fuck bullshit you just said, because you've been saying bullshit the whole time. The fact is, let me clear it up for you, Smoke. This is the fucking mirage and narrative they built around this dude. This is what we've been spending so much time. He didn't fool me. You idiot, and those idiots if you thought he fooled me. This is what we've been breaking down the whole time. This bullshit mirage, this bullshit narrative that they're putting around him as if he was some great champion. And it is not hate. It is us trying to prove that this mirage and bullshit that they put around him was nothing but fluff. I'm not angry at anything. The only thing I ever did, and the only thing I will continue to do, is debunk the fluff, this bullshit that they put around Wilder, as if he was some type of great champion. Because the facts of the matter is, he was not a great champion. He was not a great champion. And for all the people that was hoping he would be a great champion, he was worthless. He let them down. That's why I say he was worthless, because he let them down. There are a lot of people who felt extremely let down by Wilder. You know why? Because they came right here on this very channel. They were Wilder fans, and they told me he let me down. So if it's plenty of people that feel like, okay, you can go on backstage for a second until I finish my goddamn rant. If there are plenty of people out there, Americans, you idiot, that felt like Wilder let them down, this is not me making anything up. This is not any hate. That motherfucker was as worthless as a penny with a hole in it. And you and El Jefe and the rest of you Wilder Goonies just need to understand that shit.
Okay, so because you got a cadre of Wilder haters, you are correct, right? Because you want to see an American champion do something for an American. Right. You know what you saw after the Wilder Fury rematch. What you saw with people, what you saw with people that were upset with the result. You saw the people that were upset with the fight, not the people that were upset with the fighter's career that you're trying to make it out to be. Like you're saying that his whole career was worthless. His whole career wasn't worthless. As a matter of fact, nobody was talking about heavyweight boxing in America before Wilder. Nobody. There was no single person. You know what it was? Gerald Washington. The only reason why the Americans are even talking about heavyweight boxing in an American, in the person of an American, is Deontay Wilder. Now, if you want to talk about his level of his level of greatness, right? We can have that discussion also. But when it comes to boxing history and like just the traditions and the histories of boxing, yes. He has achieved greatness because he hasn't impressed you or whatever hell matches you got going on. I got it. I know you laughing, but the laugh is on you because actually what has happened is in the 100+ years of them tracking the heavyweight division, this guy's stats are astronomical. There's very few guys who have done what Deontay Wilder's done.
Okay, right? So Smoke. Sorry.
No, you
hold on, bro.
Okay,
Who's next, bro? Hold on. Chill out.
I was actually on the panel before.
No, hold on, bro. Hold on. Respect the OGs, bro. Respect the OGs, bro.
Can I say my thing? Can I go? All right, cool. I understand that we can talk about these stats that are astronomical as much as we want to say that for Deontay Wilder. And I am not trying to hate, right? I get D's point, and I also get Smoke's point. Like, I don't really think we have to compare him to Muhammad Ali. unfortunately, that's what's being done by some people. Comparing him to Mike Tyson, I think that's a big disservice to Deontay Wilder because his resume really falls apart when you compare them. First of all, the other guys, Muhammad Ali and Mike Tyson, who had the 10 defenses, the American heavyweights you were talking about, those were undisputed defenses. Whereas Deontay Wilder's, or they had undisputed in their defenses, whereas Deontay Wilder didn't even have unified. And just the level of competition, Deontay Wilder's on video making fun of Mike Tyson, asking him what Hall of Famers did he beat that weren't. Then he made a bunch of stipulations. So then there's also a divide from fans that like Mike Tyson, for example, one of the most popular figures in the entire world. So he's just kind of divisive in that sense because of extreme fans comparing him to legends when his resume is really like a toddler in comparison, just purely on the lack of unification, the lack of opposition, the quality of opposition, and the fact that of those 10 defenses, the other guys won theirs, had more titles, and were undisputed in some cases, or for some defenses, whereas Deontay Wilder didn't have that, and he had a draw, a controversial draw at that.
Well, again, so Ali was one of the guys that was mentioned, but also Larry Holmes, who never unified, also was mentioned, right? He had more than 10. Deontay Wilder did. Also, Vladimir Klitschko was mentioned, a guy who definitely unified, but also a guy who went for his first recognized title at 14 years in as a pro, right? The issue that I have really is just, for some reason, there seems to be a standard for Deontay Wilder that is completely untethered to what happened in boxing before Deontay Wilder ever laced him up, right? So that's really all it is. If you're gonna have this sort of hypercritical eye on what Wilder is doing, I think that we should also then need to re-examine all of these revered figures in boxing and start saying the same shit about them. Or actually, not even start saying the same thing. Just realize that while they were doing their thing, the same thing was being said about them. When Larry Holmes was on his run, fight the Bone Crusher Smiths of the world, you should hear what people were saying about Bone Crusher Smith. At the time, Bone Crusher Smith turned it around and did something later on. But at the time Larry Holmes fought him, see what that run to those those title defenses were of the WBC.
Hold on, bro. Let me say.
They called him bum of the week. It was very disrespectful. I agree. I'm saying I think right now what we're
hold on, bro.
Let Al-Hafiz jump in there right quick.
Yeah, because I'm just gonna say this real quick. I see a lot of people in the chat that haven't hit the like button, bro. Let's get them up, bro. What are y'all doing, you momos, bro? Let's get them up, bro. Get them up, bro. And real quick, I see Galen, I see the Jedi, I see bum ass Guido. These dudes, bro, they need to step their.
Al-Hafiz, dude.
All right.
I don't even like kicking you off the fucking panel, dog. It's like you fucking 3 years old. Like, I'm gonna kick you off the panel if you come up here fucking talking shit about people. You waited all that time patiently just to come up here and talk shit about somebody. I will give you this. You're dedicated. Go ahead, IBT.
Sorry, I kind of lost my train of thought a little. I think I was gonna. Yeah, so to me, us talking about Larry Holmes and stuff, I think that's a disservice to Wilder. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Again, bro, I'm just saying, like, people go, people like, he never unified. You know who never unified? Hall of Famers, right? But guys don't need to unify. I don't understand, like, why all of a sudden, all of these standards came out of the fucking woodwork just for Wilder. No one's like, hey, you know what? You gotta unify. Like, when the fuck? All right, because there's a gazillion more fucking sanctioning bodies. Now guys got to go around collecting fucking belts.
Yeah, now I want to give my perspective on why I say the motherfucker ain't unified, why he needs to unify. Because you can talk about fucking Larry Holmes and these other greats that has been accepted and labeled as greats. You can talk about the fact that they never unified. But the point is, what else did they do? This motherfucker ain't did shit and he ain't fucking unified. So if you're not going to do shit, then you at least need to unify. Now, that's my perspective. I don't give a fuck about all of this setting standards and all of that goofy shit you're talking about. But if you're not going to do this, and this, then motherfucker, you can at least unify. And where the standards, in my opinion, come from, not from me, but where the standards come from the rest of the boxing world, is the idiotic bullshit aura they putting around him. You cannot call this man this, because it may not be you, Smoke, but for all of the people that you're fucking condemning that's coming down on Wilder, you have a whole bunch of Wilder fans. You had a biggest community on the fucking YTBC platform, the fucking LDBC, that put him up here to this standard. So when you put him up here to this standard, and you got a lot of motherfuckers running around supporting that shit, then you have a lot of motherfuckers like you, Smoke, where you may not believe all that, but you defend Wilder to no end, and he's up at this fucking standard, then yeah, that's why he's being treated to have to do this and have to do that and have to do that. Because how can you guys expect him and expect us to feel the same way about him being up here at this standard and he ain't done a motherfucking thing? His best fights is a fucking Bermain Stavern, a Ortiz, and a fucking Brazil? No, he don't deserve to be what you guys are making him out to be. Not you, Smoke, but that big group called the LDBC, what they fucking made him out to be. He don't deserve to be at that plateau because he ain't done enough to get there. But if you want to consider him there, then he has to do X, Y, and Z because he ain't done all of the other stuff. So get the fuck out of here with that. Get the fuck right out of here with that. Fuck Wilder and that bullshit.
I'll just say this: when it comes to defending Wilder to no end, at a certain point, when I don't even bother. Actually, you guys want to go about to make videos about twerking and all this shit. The amount of like
how many videos I got made about
people
twerking?
come out about Wilder. All I'm saying is the amount of ridiculous shit.
How many?
I didn't say you
on my fucking channel about twerking. I didn't put one fucking video or live up about this nigga twerking. So don't tell me no, you guys want to do shit. Those same fucking idiots out there that's doing that dumb shit, you have idiots on the other side who's putting Wilder at this plateau where he don't fucking deserve to be. But don't bring that shit to me.
I got you. There's good side. There's bad actors on both sides. And now you're interrupting me. You're putting my side to make straw man arguments. First off, I don't know how many twerking videos you did. If you say you did zero, fine. None. I didn't accuse you. What you said was what you accused me of. What you accused me of was defending him to no end. And I'm saying that there is an end to it. At a certain point, I'm not defending him. You can fucking make all kinds of spurious fucking attacks on this dude's character and his resume that I'm not going to speak on because it's fucking stupid, right? You can do that shit if you want. This is what I'm saying to you. When you say shit like a guy has done nothing, all you doing is marginalizing and trying to justify your hate. That's it. When you talk about, hey, yeah, I didn't make no twerk videos, but what you say is he's a worthless heavyweight and hasn't done nothing because he didn't unify. You know what that perspective is? Worthless. As a penny with a hole in it.
I don't defend Wilder to no end. But how many times have y'all said up here, no, I don't defend Wilder. You guys just say this. You guys just say that. You always sit up here and claim every fucking time you say, no, I don't defend. You're defending Wilder up here. Every fucking time.
So what was my defense about him saying he wanted to have a baby? What was my defense of that?
I'm sorry. I just came back. What on earth?
So there's an end to it.
I'm sorry.
So there's an end to it, right? So great. So why you trying to justify your hate? When you're trying to justify your hate with me making reasonable arguments, fine. Because I'm going to keep making my reasonable arguments, and you're going to keep hating. And you can call me a Wilder fanboy, and call it LDBC, whatever the hell you want. But you keep calling guys worthless and saying you're not hating. Go ahead.
Reasonable. You ain't made no reasonable argument. You compared Wilder to fucking Floyd and Ali. That's
in what context? 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 They're both boxers, right? They're both all three of them are boxers, right? All three of them are boxers, right? So guess what? They're linked.
Out of here.
Ass whooping. They all boxers. They all catch ass whoopings.
Man,
you talk about who deserves an ass whooping in a boxing match. Man, you get out of here. Stop hating.
It is nothing reasonable. It is nothing reasonable about comparing Wilder to any fucking great in any context that you can come up with.
Okay, how about the Hall of Fame?
No fucking candle to a Floyd Mayweather or Muhammad Ali. not a candle in no way, shape, or form. And them 10 fugazi-ass title defenses, that shouldn't ever be compared to Ali's title defenses. Again, I don't give a fuck what context you want to put it in. He don't compare. He's not great. You don't compare somebody who's not great to a great in any context. Get the fuck on with that. He's not
okay. So you're saying that Muhammad Ali's title defenses are not compared to Joe Louis's and are not compared to Vladimir Klitschko's, right? So why is there some weird ass standard that Deontay Wilder all of a sudden can be talked about in the context of other fighters who held the same belt and in some cases in the same fucking division? Anyway, dude, whatever. Fine. You don't want to hear. You can't mention for you. You can't mention Wilder and Mayweather. Then cool. Stop talking about fighters who deserve ass whoopings. And then you won't hear Ali and Mayweather being mentioned by me. But if you want to talk about fighters who deserve ass whoopings, guess what? They all got an ass whooping coming because that's the name of the game.
Yeah, they all got an ass whooping coming. It's just Wilder deserves his. That's all. They all got it coming, but Wilder deserves his ass whooping. That's what it is. And let me tell you something else too. And when you talk about the boxing greats, the Alis, the Ray Robinsons, the Ray Leonards, the Dak Dempseys, the Gene Tunneys, the Sam Langfords, you don't mention foolery.
The Deontay Wilders.
No. Hold on. You don't mention foolery in the likes of those names. So those names were greatness. Deontay Wilder is foolery. You can't put foolery with greatness. So stop it. What's up, Coda?
You know what? Yeah, I suggest you go back and take a look at Ernie Shavers. Let's show his great technical ability. You guys are a little bit full of shit.
You don't.
What we cooking on?
I'm cooking on these fugazi ass Wilder fans that think he need to be mentioned in the likes of anything concerning boxing greatness. Any goddamn fan that think Wilder.
Hatred.
I said these crazy. Okay. First off, Smoke. I said these crazy ass Wilder fans. You are one person, so let me talk. Because if I'm saying these, I cannot be just addressing you personally. So let me talk. Because I didn't say Smoke. I said these. Now, boom. I digress. These crazy ass fucking Wilder fans want to sit here and talk about this idiot in the likes of greatness. He's foolery. You don't put foolery in the conversation of the likes of greatness. That's my point. Foolery and
Boone,
greatness don't mix.
So can I hear?
Hey, Boone, I was just giving you some turkey.
Can I hear some argument?
I'm not finished, and the man was just requesting to let me finish. So, can you let me finish, Smoke? Because he didn't want to hear you right now. He actually wanted to hear the rest of what I had to say. He didn't want to fucking hear you. So don't cut me off and let me finish, because he won't try to hear you. Thank you.
I didn't realize you had 3 more times to say the same thing. Go ahead.
Well, whatever, dog. He's not trying to hear you. He just said, can I hear what D is talking about? Not Smoke. So zip it. Now, again, this fucking foolery. Boom. This is what I'm going off on. We're talking about putting foolery and talking about foolery in the likes of greatness. And I'm not having it. That's what we're cooking on. Waller being the foolery and all the other heavyweight greats being the greatness. That's what I'm cooking on.
Right. So I was just putting some turf talk. Hatred. That's what's happening.
Yeah, okay.
All right.
Fine.
So wait. So can I hear why Smoke is saying, well, why Smoke are you saying that Deontay Wilder is among an all-time great? What is your argument? Let me hear your argument for that. Because I agree with D, but I just want to hear what you have.
So again, for me, I was the only thing that I was mentioning, and it went all over the place. There was several points, right? The only context of his greatness came up, and as it pertains to anybody else in boxing history, is that he is a champ and he's defending the belt, and the manner that he's defended the belt, right? Being amongst that being those criteria, making him amongst a very select group of people who have ever laced him up.
That's myself, shit.
What was that?
I don't know who mic that was.
Whatever
Okay.
Well, go ahead, Bo. Go ahead.
So I can't put him up there because I got guys like Marvin Hagler ahead of him. I got guys like Tommy Hearns ahead of him. I got guys like Roberto Duran ahead of him. You know what I mean? I got guys like Lucky Luciano ahead of him. I got guys like Willie Pep ahead of him. I got a lot of people ahead of Wilder as far as like when you say all-time greats, that's like all weight classes, all weight divisions throughout all of time. So to say that Wilder is on the stratosphere of an all-time great, I can't give him that because he hasn't done anything. He hasn't knocked out anybody that we can consider. How many all-time greats has Wilder beat?
Zero.
We can say Roberto Duran. We can say Roberto Duran has beaten and been in there with all times great. We can say that Marvin Hagler has been in there with all times great. We can say Luciano has been in there with all time greats. We can say Willie Pep has been there with all time greats.
Ali,
George Benson,
Holmes,
Tyson, Lennox Lewis.
So Wilder's outside my top 100 to ever do it. He's not in my top 100 fighters.
Whatever, man.
But my top 100 fighters are fucking beasts.
Well, if he ain't in the fucking top 100 fighters, Floyd, Ali, and the people I was arguing on, talking about that foolery, don't need to be talked with them. That just goddamn. That's my point. He don't need to be discussed with them because he ain't on their fucking stratosphere. That motherfucker's on Mars and they're still sitting on Earth. He ain't even fucking nowhere around them. So I don't want to hear shit about Wilder, his fucking title defenses, or his goofy ass goddamn career when it comes to those guys. It's just foolery. It shouldn't even be talked about. It shouldn't even be mentioned on the lights of these guys at any level.
So
here goes another thing too, Boom. Because here's something else that was discussed. These fucking fugazi ass 10 title defenses, which is when I really went ape shit. Because Wilder's title defenses don't mean shit compared to those other guys.
D, I apologize, D, but please cut that dude Frank the Cook off. He's over there giving my number. That's Hefe in the background, fucking around using a fake account, bro. You know what I'm saying? You be getting on my nerves with that shit. Yeah, I got a wrench, but I'm on the chat. I don't know how to use.
Shut up! Somebody kick him out, then.
Yeah, because he's been shutting down a bunch of people for no reason. He shut down Jedi and all that shit. You know what I mean? And he's shutting people down in the chat for no reason.
Well, kick him out. Give him the boot. But yeah, Glenn, if it's shit like that, bro,
here's the thing. Here's what it is, though. Wilder is in my top 100. He is in my top 100 heavyweights. He's just not in my top 100 fighters.
You know what? I don't even know. I can't even lie, guys. Like, I know probably 100 heavyweights, but like their records, where to rank them, I would have to take my time and do that. So I couldn't even really sit up here and hate and say that he's not in my top 100 heavyweights because I don't really have or never comprised the list of the top 100 heavyweights. So I have no clue. But one thing I can say is that motherfucker's nowhere around the top 20. Nowhere around here, I can say that.
Well, what I'll say is that the fact that I get you as far as top 100 heavyweights of all time, even though I'm sure there is a way we could maybe, and I'm not saying this to discredit Wilder at all. Well, the reason why I'm going to say this is because, like I said, if I would have told you, Smoke, 20 years ago that the heavyweight champion of the world will have a 95% knockout ratio, and he does not sell out, he's not a pay-per-view star, you would have told me I was nuts. You would have told me I was crazy. And the fact that Wilder is not the top 100 fighters, he's not in that discussion, says a lot about him with the fact that he has, if you say anything about what he got on paper, guy has a 95% knockout ratio, everybody he's been in there with, he's pretty much put on their ass or knocked out. If you were to say that about somebody, how could that person not be a top 100 fighter? Just me saying that alone, how could that not be?
I'll tell you, for me, when it comes to Wilder, is because, you know, the top guy was fucking Floyd Mayweather. There was no space for that dude. In 2015, with the $1 billion fight, was Floyd Manny. That's when Wilder got the title. Like when, you know, I mean, I get it to a certain, you know, 2017 was Floyd McGregor. It's 2020 now. Like it, you know, that shit takes time.
So
I hear you, but what do people see? What do people want to see? Do people want to see a good boxing match, or do they want to see somebody get knocked the fuck out? And based on Wilder's resume and all the hoopla and the verbiage around Wilder, that's what Wilder do. And Wilder could have sold that. Like, instead of, okay, yeah, watch Floyd, he can box, yeah, but I knock people out. People want to see knockouts. That's what they watch the fights for. That's why they booed the first, 4 to 5 rounds of Garcia Porter, not because it was really boring. They don't know boxing, but they want to see a brawl. They want to see some ooh and ah shit. And based on Wilder's resume and all the hoopla surrounding Wilder, that's what he do. And I feel that if he would have stepped into the limelight and been that, I feel he could have at least not necessarily took the shine from Mayweather, because that's extremely hard to do, but he could have got a piece of that. He could have got a piece of that because he's a heavyweight. And being a heavyweight, you know boxing well enough to know this, Smoke. The heavyweight division supersedes all. But the fact that Floyd was Floyd, I get it. He wouldn't be able to take all that, but he would have been able to get a piece of that because he's known for knocking people out, and he's a heavyweight. That's all I'm saying.
You know what? It's funny to me that a lot of people get up here, and this ain't even really just Smoke, because I just had this happen like in the past 3 or 4 days. But it's funny, Brian been sitting up here with me too on a lot of this shit happened. It's funny that a lot of people get up here and they say the same thing. You a hater, fanboy, whatever. And then I mentioned the prior videos that debunk that. And what do they always say, Brian? Oh, well, I didn't know you made that video. Oh, I never seen that video. How the fuck you gonna assume I'm a hater or some shit like that? You ain't never fucking seen this shit, dog. Like, how the fuck am I a hater? Here's something about a hater and a fanboy. A fanboy is never gonna go against his guy. This is why we call them fanboys. They're delusional about their guy. They're not gonna put up videos flaming their guy. They're not gonna give their guys heat. That's why we call them fanboys. Here's the thing about a hater. They're not gonna give a guy credit. They're the opposite of a fanboy. They're not going to give a guy credit. They're not going to give him any videos praising him. They're never going to defend him. That's why we call them haters. So it's funny how it's easy for these motherfuckers to sit up here and say, you a hater, you a fanboy. But I got videos to disprove them. And when I talk about those videos, oh, well, I never saw that video. That just makes me laugh, dog. It just makes me laugh. You know.
Oh, well, for me, haters just giving somebody unfair criticism, right? Unwarranted and unfair criticism. That's really all.
That's your special definition.
I'm not even talking about like whether on net you said something positive from him at some point. Meanwhile, you shitted on him 50 million times, but you said something positive about him once. I don't know about that, man.
You got a unique and special definition. It means something only to you for every fucking thing. We come down to these conversations, well, what it means to me, and it's always outside of the rest of the fucking world. Man.
No, man,
if motherfuckers around, like again, everybody else besides Smoke, I'm pretty sure we can all agree and accept the fact when we charge motherfuckers for being haters because they're absolutely delusional. They don't want to accept the good or the bad. Right or wrong, like we could go around the panel. I'm pretty sure that's it. And when it comes to fanboys, it's the opposite. The delusion about their fighter. You don't want to accept. But for Smoke's definition, it's something totally different from what the rest of the fucking YTBC sees it as. And anytime we come in, like we often come down to these fucking conversations, and with Smoke, it's something totally different than what everybody else sees about this shit. Fuck that bullshit, bro. When we call motherfuckers haters, it's because they're completely unreasonable and delusional. Right or wrong? You agree with that, Brian? IBT, DT3, everybody in the fucking chat. When we sit up here in the YTBC and call people haters and fanboys, it's because they're delusional. They don't want to accept the facts. Am I right or wrong about this?
No, you're right. There's a difference between critiquing a fighter and fan.
IBT? Yeah. Right, but for Smoke, all of a sudden, it's a whole new fucking revelation and a whole new meaning. Okay, well, Smoke, by your meaning, you're right. I'm a fucking hater. By your unique meaning of it in the YTBC, I'll be your hater.
That is not your okay. First off, haters and fanboys are two separate things. So for you to say when you say haters and fanboys, you're calling one that you're saying is delusional. Yes, fanboys are delusional, but haters aren't necessarily delusional. Haters can actually know that they're being haters. You might be a delusional hater. You might not recognize your hate, but you can actually hate on purpose. You don't need to be delusional to be a hater. All you have to do is unjustly and unfairly criticize them. Constantly highlight the fucking negative instead of just saying, hey, you know what? This is how let's put the negative in context. That's fucking hating. Being a fanboy is something different. So if you connect the two, then sure, you can. Then you can make this new definition for two unrelated principles. One is hater, the other is fanboy.
I ain't kicking you off. I'm just putting you back because I know when I start talking, you ain't gonna be able to help yourself from cutting me off. So you still on. I just want to get this off without being interrupted. Because once again, Smoke, I didn't do that. I said something really specific. I didn't make them the same or nothing. They do the same shit. That was my point. And again, everybody agreed with me. See, this is the thing. You're spitting all of this bullshit, but I don't think anybody in the fucking chat, people that come to this fucking channel, besides fucking Wilder flunkies, believe that I'm a hater of Wilder. I don't think anybody believes that. No one here. Only you. Only you. The description of what I gave and what I was talking about concerning fanboys and haters, only you disagree with that. Are you getting how this works here, Smoke? You're the only unique one. You're the oddball. You're the weirdo here. But everybody else pretty much sees it the same. So again, you can call me a hater, a delusional hater, or whatever the fuck you wish. But it fits because you are super protective of Wilder. So it fits that you would be the one to call me that because nobody else sees it that way. So it fits that you would call me that. It fits.
Correct. You know what also fits? You've never heard me call a single human being a fanboy. Because I don't use that term. You know what I do? You know what I do?
I say hater. I say hater.
You keep saying hater and fanboy.
I say hater and fanboys have similar characteristics. I didn't say anything about you call me that.
They're like they're the antithesis of each other.
Listen,
yeah.
Here's the thing. If you were to add haters and fanboys the way you did, I also agree with you, right? I agree that you are not right, but when I say hater, when I'm calling you a hater, this is what I'm saying to you. And that's what I've always been saying to you. Because I'm not attaching fanboy to it also, right?
Yeah,
so when I say hater and just talk about hater, you don't have to be delusional to be a hater.
Your unique definition.
Eddie Hearn and Bob Arum, they hate all the time. They're not delusional. They do that shit on purpose. They just hate. That's it. You can be a hater and not be delusional and not be a fanboy.
Right. This is your unique understanding. No one understands this like you. So through your unique understanding, I already agree with you. I'll be a hater or whatever. But just understand that you're thinking along that way. No one else thinks that way. Nobody even understands being a hater the way you understand being a hater. You have your own unique way of thinking.
All right.
Well, I mean, hey, put action around, motherfucker. Put up a ball and see who agrees with you.
I will.
Here, dog.
I will. All right. So I've never heard fanboy before today.
So logical. If your bullshit was so logical, Smoke, somebody would fucking agree, dog. Somebody, and I'm not talking about no fucking El Jefe, because that was the only person who agreed. Let's go around. That's the only guy you had on your side today, and that should tell you something in itself. That should tell you something in itself. If that's the only motherfucker that you have signed.
Okay, that's cool. How about everybody? Okay, so I think that nobody has to agree with either one of our definitions. I'm sure that everybody understands how to express their understanding of hate. So why don't you just ask the panel to define hate in their own words instead of doing?
No, I'm not going to take your advice on this because I asked them already if they agree with what I said. And fuck what you're saying right now. They said, yes, you idiot. So we don't have to revisit that for your benefit. We don't have to revisit that. They've already agreed with it. Okay?
Yes, in the way you posed the question, I also agree with you. How about that? It's unanimous. The way you proposed the question, it's unanimous. I also agree with you.
I know. Yeah, that's great. That's great. Well, do you agree with this? Wilder is as worthless as a heavyweight champion as a penny with a hole in it. Do you agree with that?
I think Deontay Wilder has more worth than Carlos Takam, than Charles Martin, than Alexander Povetkin, than Dillian Whyte. I think okay.
Whoa.
Okay. How about Michael Dokes? How about Michael Dokes? Mike Weaver. Yes, Povetkin. Alexander Povetkin has never held a world title.
He's fought better opposition though.
Great. He's fought great. Right. He's fought.
Guys, one at a time. But before we start going off, Smoke is at it again. I just want to let all y'all know Smoke is at it again with the bullshit, okay? Because to calm Dillian Whyte, all of that bullshit he just said, I understand this is what Smoke do. So I'll rephrase so that Smoke don't try to make what I'm saying what he wants it to be. I'll rephrase for everyone. Deontay Wilder is the most worthless American heavyweight champion. Fucking Takam was no champion. Dillian Whyte was no champion. You idiot. Okay? So we're not going to let Smoke revamp what the fuck I'm saying to fit his little bullshit rant, man. The dude was a worthless American heavyweight champion. He was fucking worthless. Accept it. Worthless is a fucking penny with a hole in it.
Cool. Michael Dokes, Mike Weaver,
trying to be a champion.
Whoever we got. Michael Moorer. Who else we got?
They're not fighting right now.
Let's go. Big John Tate. We're talking about American champion. There's only the one.
We're talking now. Worthless champion.
He's the only one now.
My boy.
He's not even a champ. He's not even a champ now.
I said worthless.
Whatever.
The motherfucker's worthless, and he had a fugazi ass goddamn run.
I'm gonna roll a blunt on you, Smoke. This is ridiculous, Smoke.
It is ridiculous. That worthless motherfucker with his fugazi ass championship run. How you gonna defend that fugazi ass run? That motherfucker fought a lot of people that I could get in the ring and beat. I think I can goddamn handle some of those motherfuckers. That's right. At 5'6", 140 pounds, I think I can go in there and beat some of those motherfuckers.
Smoke, I gotta admit to you. You are entertaining. I gotta admit that. You missed this one. You do. I gotta.
You's a bitch, bro. You's a bitch. I'ma knock your bitch ass out, D. Jefferson. You a hoe, bro. They be timing me out, bro. You's a bitch, bro. I'ma knock your bitch ass out. Real talk. You're cool with snitches like Glenn, bro. Glenn's a snitch and a pedophile, bro. I'ma expose this bitch ass, bro. Real talk, bro. Glenn's a snitch and a pedophile, bro. I got the hottest video coming out very soon, bro. I'ma expose this bitch ass, bro.
Shout out to Man Grower. I got some.
Right. So can I get back to the heavyweight champions that preceded Deontay Wilder that he has actually had a better career than? Are you really going to stick to these ridiculous, hateful fucking claims about Wilder just because you don't like his competition?
Okay, Smoke.
And you don't like the way he fights?
You really have to be careful with your wording here because with Wilder, I wouldn't say he's had a better career than any of these guys. He may have more defenses. He may have an up.
I'm talking about historically significant. That's what we're talking about.
And this specific accolade, however, if you really want to compare his actual career, meaning his resume, it does not. Like you mentioned Michael Moorer. I think Michael Moore's resume, his one win over Evander Holyfield, trumps Wilder's entire resume. The entire resume. Like you can say he has more accolades in terms of a specific.
What you're talking about? Actually, what you're talking about is best win.
I'm actually didn't finish. I actually never finished.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
He has a greater accolade in that sense, but to say career, that precedes just how many title defenses. That's not entirely what it's about. The fact that Michael Moorer defeated Evander Holyfield, who's an all-time great Hall of Famer, top 10 heavyweight of all time, and a unified champion at the time, that alone, I would say, trumps Wilder's entire career.
I'm probably the greatest cruiserweight champion of all time.
Yeah, exactly.
Here's what you're conflating. You're conflating ideas. You're conflating a best win with an entire career, right? Beating Evander Holyfield is a better win than a lot of people's. Right, a lot of all-time greats, right? That's Evander Holyfield, who himself is an all-time great, right?
So him to Wilder.
I got it. Not right, but that is a single win, and not an entire career.
Yeah, but who?
Right.
Who?
So
Who has Wilder beat in that level?
I wouldn't say. I wouldn't. Of course. Come on, man. Stop it. Who's available at this level? At that level? Nobody.
Tyson Fury, who's got his ass whooped twice by.
Tyson Fury is not Evander Holyfield level. Stop it.
Well, they have
Even if he would have unified against AJ, it still would not have been as significant as being Evander Holyfield as a unified champion. Stop playing.
Tyson Fury beat Deontay Wilder. If you want to go down that road,
yeah, I got it, and you know what? Yeah. The Evander Holyfield win is still better for Michael Moore. But who's had a better career, Michael Moore or Tyson Fury?
Well, that one was great.
So anyway, that's one argument out the window. When we were talking about when the issue was, he said it was worthless, right? He's saying his career has been worthless as a heavyweight champ, right? An American heavyweight champ, right?
Yep.
So for me, if you're going to talk about heavyweight champs, there's two things you can go with. You can go with level of competition, and you can go with number of defenses, and you can also, I guess, you could go with length of reign, right? So when you're looking at guys, when you're looking at guys like Deontay Wilder, who are coming into a division that had one active heavy Hall of Famer, like really, then this whole idea about how to compare them to an era where they had 6 or 7 active Hall of Famers, like it starts to fall apart, especially when you start adding the number of sanctioning bodies that have happened since then, right? So when you start doing this whole like comparison, that it gets into all of these areas. But even with all these areas, I can still name 5 American heavyweight champions in my time of watching boxing who have had a less significant career than Deontay Wilder.
But can I debunk? Can I debunk some of that?
Hold on, you can. Let me say this one piece. This is one piece because this makes it really funny. So, all of those other champions were available. They were. That's a valid point where, like, Mike Tyson had the Lennoxes around and Spinks, and Ali had the Foremans and the Frasers around. Well, the very one champion that we could probably talk about in that category that was available for Wilder, he turned down $120 million to fight him. No excuse. Kill the noise.
Not even that.
Kill the background noise.
The easiest way for
if that's your big comeback, let's examine all the ATGs that are around for Vladimir Klitschko. Let's see who Vladimir Klitschko could have fought but didn't, right? James Toney, I believe.
Why are we trying to act like these guys are contenders?
But you don't want to continue. What you're talking about was Vladimir Klitschko is the guy that he could have fought, right? So let's take a look at Vladimir Klitschko.
I'm
talking about
Anthony Joshua. Anthony Joshua is not the Hall of Famer walking around. It was Vladimir Klitschko.
No, smoke. I think you're making an issue here. If you wanted to get a Hall of Fame win, guaranteed Hall of Fame win, he would go with Vladimir Klitschko. If he wanted to become a Hall of Famer, the same way you're saying Klitschko did not beat a single Hall of Famer or all-time great, Wilder could have been AJ, been an undisputed champion in the 4-belt era, and boom, he's got his one-way ticket right there to greatness. But he didn't take that. So there's different ways.
That is a completely false narrative.
Okay, go ahead, IBT, because that motherfucker cannot let nobody talk. Now you cut IBT off. It won't even me this time, nigga. Go ahead, IBT.
So there's multiple ways people get into the Hall of Fame, right? There's guys fighting high-level competition, win or lose, being competitive versus high-level competition. There's, significant title reigns. There's significant wins. There's things like that, right? Vladimir Klitschko, clearly, the way he is getting to the Hall of Fame is for having an extensive reign in the heavyweight division that spanned across multiple defenses, multiple years, with a variety of opposition, right? He reigned for about a decade of holding a title to the time he lost the title. And even when he did lose the title, he came back later and was competitive with future 2-time unified champion Anthony Joshua. The way Wilder could have done that was, he could have a very long reign, or he could have just fought Anthony Joshua and been an undisputed heavyweight world champion, 4-belt undisputed, meaning undisputed 4-belt heavyweight world champion. That right there, you wouldn't have to say 10 defenses. You wouldn't have to say blah, blah, blah knockouts. He could have decisioned everyone by split decision, close fights, but he beat Anthony Joshua to become a 4-belt undisputed world champion. That's your ticket to greatness, and that's not the ticket.
He didn't take that route. Said he did 10 title defenses.
Okay, but wait, let me piggyback.
I don't know what we're talking about.
But hold up.
So those 10 title defenses are not nearly strong enough or long enough to warrant him being an all-time great.
According to whom? According to whom? He has a bronze medal with 10 title defenses. You're tripping.
But
he's getting the Hall of Fame.
Smoke.
To whom?
Still, Wilder has had plenty of opportunities to fight top-level opposition. He's pretty much ducked everybody that was worth fighting. Like, he didn't fight Klitschko. 33 fights in, bro. 33 fights, not 13, not 23. 33 fights in, he didn't fight Klitschko. Okay? For one. He was coming in an era where you had a guy named Samuel Peters, the Nigerian Nightmare. He didn't fight him. He didn't even fight James Toney, who fought Samuel Peter. Okay? All right, he didn't fight Shannon Briggs, who wanted that smoke. Okay? Those are top names that if he were to have fought them, you got a very valid argument. Yeah. But he hasn't fought those caliber of opponents. He hasn't done it. Samuel Peter is a former world champion.
Yeah, you forget Samuel Peter stepped out of the sport, right? He returned to the sport.
My point is, he did not fight them when the opportunity was there.
He didn't have the opportunity.
Hold up, Smoke. I ain't cut you off. I let you talk for a whole goddamn 2 hours, my nigga. I ain't cut you off at all. So let me speak. So he didn't fight those guys, right? What I gripe on is the Klitschko situation. You could have the Samuel Peter, you could have the Shannon Briggs. I'll give you that argument to the death of you. But I will not give you Klitschko. 33 fights in, you are a world champion. 33 fights in. And you are technically, by your manager, are still called a baby, but yet and still, you're going to tell the young up-and-coming fighter in a Anthony Joshua, who at the time was only, 22 fights in? World champion? Fought Klitschko? Did not go about his career as a baby? You did not hear Eddie Hearn call him a baby? And he's fighting top-level opposition after top-level opposition of this era. Wilder did not do that. Wilder is not doing that, and he will not doing that. He will not do that. Wilder wants to maintain his career as basically an actor. He's not a real boxer. He's just using this to build clout for himself. Wilder is a joke of a heavyweight, period. Yeah. Period. He's not going to fight anybody that's of any significance at all.
Hey, Boom. Hold on, IBT. Hey, Boom. You said that Wilder had 33 fights, right? and they decided not to fight. So you telling me way back then, he had more fights back then than Joshua has now. And they didn't fight.
Yep.
I didn't start.
Okay.
He had more fights than Andrew Reese. Andrew Reese had 32 fights when he fought Anthony Joshua the first time and beat him.
Yeah. Okay. You want to do this whole thing? Let me tell me, how many fights did Vladimir Klitschko have before he challenged for an actual world title?
Who cares? Wilder looked bad in all of his fights, even against.
Right. He looked bad, right? So did Wilder get knocked out by a bum?
What's about it, right?
It's totally relevant to what I'm saying to you. Right? No. This is what I'm saying to you. There's double standards. Like, if we're gonna talk about heavyweight champs, why don't you know the answers to this since you want to burn Wilder so bad?
Wilder can't box.
Okay, right. Wilder can't box. Did he get knocked out by the likes of a Ross Purity?
He's not that good.
Okay, I got you. Good, great. So keep on with your double standards. I get you. You want to you?
Okay,
You guys didn't live through the mediocrity, and what you're talking about. Apparently, you guys went through. It went for you, Muhammad Ali, Mike Tyson, and AJ, right? But for everyone else who was fucking watching the division, you guys are fucking tripping.
Wait.
Yeah.
Ross
But-
Perry, that was his
but
second.
Clitchko
Hold
did.
on. I'm about to debunk this. I'm about to debunk this.
Sorry.
That was
Okay.
his second year as a professional. If you want to talk about when the first time he fought for a world title, the WBO was recognized in what?
1888 or 1988.
2012.
No, 2004.
2012.
2004, really.
No, 2012. Really, the first time it was
No, it's
recognized
2004
anywhere
from the
was
WBC.
2007.
The WBC
But really, it
recognized
was
the WBO in
2012.
2004, and all the other sanctioning bodies follow the WBC.
Okay, it was 2007.
But just let
No,
him finish his point.
2004.
Let
The
him
IBF,
finish
no,
his point
people
for the
didn't,
love
they
of
didn't
God.
unify
Go
yet.
ahead, IBT.
Okay. It was the very
The
first the IBF,
WBC
and it was in
recognized the
2007.
WBO in 2004. So if you want to talk about
Okay.
when he had fought for a
Okay.
title, in 2004.
Okay, and that's not correct. I know that you're just saying that, and like I'm saying, you can look up whatever you want, but listen to the guy who lived through it. And I'm trying to tell you, once you do a little bit more research, what you'll find is the very first sanctioning body didn't start till 2007, and even in 2012, it wasn't recognized everywhere, even like in the Japan and the smaller weights.
Yeah, that's
So
true.
anyway,
So if you're
my whole
talking
point,
for what title he
my
won
whole point
in
is,
2006, he won the
listen,
IBF. But he had already challenged for
the
the
normalization,
WBO in
the
2004
normalization.
and beforehand.
Y'all two, they cannot hear you guys. Both of y'all trying to get y'all point across, but ain't neither of y'all getting y'all point across. Y'all gotta go one at a time, bro.
Okay, here's what I'm telling you. Here's all I'm going to say. Here's all I'm going to say to you. The normalization of the WBO came during the British invasion, right? That was in the early 2000s. It at that point was not a recognized title. Look at who had it. Look and see if they are recognized, and then you'll see that it was not a recognized title. But
right.
anyway, moving
Hold
on.
on,
My point to you is,
I was just gonna say that before we go into that, Smoke right about that, bro, because I already had an argument with somebody on the sanctioning bodies, the 4 sanctioning bodies, and we went into it. So he right about that. I just don't want to do a whole long thing about the WBO because he's correct. He's correct.
So the only issue is that the WBC recognized the WBO in 2004.
Yeah, but listen.
well, really,
hold on, Smoke, hold on. But you know that they have to be recognized by all sanctioning bodies, fam.
I understand
To
that,
be accepted.
but
So
even
it
that,
can't be accepted unless they are all recognized. It can't be accepted. Suleiman tries to do this shit today, IBT. Oh, we're going to transfer that belt. What the fuck does that mean? Because the WBC said the WBC don't. And that's why they make rules, bro, and establish rules. The WBC can speak out any fucking time they want, but they're not 4 sanctioning bodies. They're 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand that. What Smokes put? Okay, so first of all, this was about Wilder, and he decided to dump this on Klitschko for no reason. If you want to talk about the double standards, we can roast Klitschko. I don't mind doing that. But we're talking about Deontay Wilder right now.
Context. I'm just talking about the context.
Smoke, stop, dog, stop. Because I'm really trying to catch this fucking super chat and let my man Boston Nick talk. But I'm trying my best not to cut y'all off and let y'all get y'all point. But you keep cutting the IBT off. First I said it about me, now it ain't even me, bro. Let the fucking man talk, Smoke. Go ahead, IBT.
Yeah, so I was just trying to say that Klitschko, you know, the WBO, he fought for it before it was fully recognized. I know that. He fought Chris Bird, right? He had that title beforehand, and you're saying it wasn't recognized, and I understand at the time it wasn't. But if you want to look at, for example, the International Boxing Hall of Fame, they recognized Vitali's having the title before it was actually recognized. So they are able to go back and put that in his Hall of Fame and put that in his description and say he held this title, even though at the time it hadn't been recognized yet because it was on its way to being recognized. So you're saying they don't recognize it. Maybe you don't recognize it, but the International Boxing Hall of Fame recognizes it. So what has more credibility here? Me or you or the International Boxing Hall of Fame?
The Hall of Fame does.
Neither one of us. What I was talking about is at the time. Since we're talking about level of competition, what we're saying is at the time that he fought, he was fighting guys in an unsanctioned, in a non-recognized sanctioned bodies fights. It's as though we're saying the IBO fights that are happening right now, because the IBO in some future date may become more significant to the Hall of Fame, then that means that the fights today have more significance than they actually have. They don't. They still have the same significance. They're still the same level of competition. You're still fighting the Ross Purities of the world and the Corey Sanders of the world, like whatever, man. Like,
all right, shout out to Chet Collins. Chet said, if Tio wins, I will crawl across the ring and look up at you and say, you are the greatest. Like Muhammad Ali to Joe Frazier once. Okay. But Chet, get your knee pads and your old shoes out the closet because I don't want you to mess up your nice digs. Because you're going to be crawling across that ring because the facts are, Teofimo Lopez gonna knock Lomachenko the fuck out. Now, my man Boston, Mike, look, man, Mike.
What up, man?
I was trying to get you in the whole time, but this smoke will not let up. Let me tell you something, and you are on the panel now with my man, Get This Smoke. If you come on this panel and you hear smoke going in about Wilder, just get some popcorn and stick around for a while because you might not get a chance to talk. What's up, Mike?
I actually wanted to ask Smoke one question. Do you think that Wilder has looked better? Did he look like a better fighter against Bermain Stervern in their first fight than he does now?
I thought he looked better in the Ortiz fight than I thought in the Ortiz rematch, and I thought he looked in the Fury rematch. So,
what you gonna ask? You gonna answer that question about the Bermain Stervern?
I mean, I haven't seen that fight. I haven't seen that fight in a while. To be perfectly honest with you, it's true. I haven't seen the fight like in a couple 3 years. Like I don't,
I can answer it. Boone can answer it. We can answer it, Mike, because we've seen it. Boone can answer. What do you think, Boone? Hold up, Smoke. You can't answer it. So let us talk. What do you think, Boone?
I think in the Stervern first fight, he was cool. I think he was all right, but I think he was better. I think the Wilder we see skill-wise, even though we say his skill set ain't that good, I'm just saying, but the way that he throws his right hand now, the way that he utilizes it, and the way that he actually shows that he can set it up now, he does it a lot better now. He didn't really set up the right hand like that when he fought Stervern the first time. He really just threw that motherfucker. He just threw it. He didn't really set it up. You know, you didn't really see him measuring with his lead hand. You didn't really see him do that. You just saw him pretty much just go in there and just let his right hand go. So I can honestly say that Wilder has gotten better at throwing his right hand. That's about it.
I want to say this about it. I think, Mike, I don't think he got better. Now, I kind of agree with Boone, though, concerning his right hand. I see some improvements in his right hand, but what I see as far as the improvements in his right hand is the timing. He perfected the timing on that, okay? But as a boxer, no, I don't think he got no better because when I talked about earlier, Wilder changing levels and shit like that, you know, Wilder footwork, like him actually moving, actually getting off a center line. I actually seen that shit in the Bermain Stervern fight, the first one. All I see him do now is just back straight up with that fucking wide stance. I don't see him change levels as often, or I don't see him do a lot of the things. He has better timing with that right hand. He's perfected that. So in that sense, he's shown improvement with landing that right hand, but he ain't really shown me no improvements in the other facets.
Yeah, and
not to me.
I think that he, in that fight, if you watch the Bermain Stervern one fight, he was doing a lot of things that he could have used against Tyson Fury. He was fighting off the back foot. He was hitting with both hands. He was showing ability that I have not seen him show since then. Almost, he's fallen in love with the idea that his right hand is the end all be all. That if he lands that right hand, the fight's over. But we saw it against Tyson Fury a number of times. He landed the right hand and it wasn't over. And he's let all of his other boxing skills go to shit.
I just put a clip up earlier before you came on here, Mike. I put a clip up showing how he landed that bitch clean and flush on Fury. And what you're saying, Mike, just points to my man Brian Harkin's point that he made earlier. Wilder's regressed. He hasn't progressed. He's seen a regression. I see a regression. And Mike sees somewhat of a regression. I see him improve on that right hand. That's why I agree with Boone. The delivery and the timing on that right hand. I see that improvement, but that's it. I don't see nothing else.
Well, yeah, that's what I was saying. It's pretty much his timing and how he delivered. That's pretty much how he got better with his right hand. It's not really like nothing massive. But what I would say, the reason why Wilder was even doing that, was because Bermain Stavern, the first fight, all he did was stand there like this in the high guard the whole fight. He just walked up in front of him like this. So it's easy to just step around somebody that's just gonna stand there like this the whole night. It wasn't like Bermain Stavern. The most he did was this shit. That was it. That was the most he did the whole night and just stood in front of Wilder. So it was easy for Wilder to take his little long-legged ass to step to the left or to step to the right and step around Bermain Stavern. That was easy work to do. Nobody has really shown him any dimensions that he had to actually utilize in his skill set that he don't have because he don't have no skills. Nobody really showed the world that Wilder really not that good. All he got is a right hand. And the only person that showed the world that was Tyson Fury. And I think the only reason why he did what he did with Stavern was because Stavern was just basically standing in front of him doing this shit.
Well, he also, if you watch the fight, Stavern was actually throwing shots, and he was landing shots on Wilder, and Wilder didn't act the same way that he did against Fury.
If I can jump in, I think now we're talking about whether or not he's progressed over fights, not just comparing one fight to the left, like the Stavern fight to the Fury fight, but his progression from then till now, right? I think that if that's where the conversation's headed, then I think I can understand both things being either a regression or a refinement, right? And that's the jab. Since he had a hurt hand in that fight, right? He was using the jab a lot more, but also the way Stavern fights lended itself to Deontay Wilder's jab, right? I think his jab is fine. I think he uses it. It was sort of offset against Luis Ortiz because of his stances, but it's not as good a weapon against Fury because he's used to fighting guys with shorter reaches, right? So whether or not it's his jab is progressed or regressed, I think it's been refined. I think that Tyson Fury's has the ability to take Deontay Wilder's jab away the same way that Luis Ortiz and Tyson Fury had the ability to take Deontay Wilder's jab away, but in different ways for different reasons.
Yeah, and Wilder, it seems like since back in 2015, Wilder's entire game plan for every fight is just to go in there and look for the opportunity to land that right hand, to use his left hand, knock the guy's hand out of the way, and land the right hand. He's got no other plan for the fight.
Wilder's jab.
He has a plan to maintain distance and keep you slipping. Like this whole idea that he has to switch levels. He did it on Fury. He didn't necessarily do it as much on Ortiz, but he also was working on the left hook in that Ortiz fight that I think he landed, but still didn't look that great. Anyway, I think he's working on stuff, but being patient. But yeah, I don't know. You guys don't see him slipping shots. I guess you guys don't see him tying up. You don't see any of the. So the issue is what he did against Fury. And that's being foremost in your mind. And in the Fury fight, I saw a ton of things that I didn't even see in the first him do wrong that I didn't even see him do in the first fight. Right. So who knows what the hell's gonna happen in the rematch?
Well, you know what?
Wilder ain't working on nothing but another fucking ass whooping.
If he continues to be reactive and then turn his head away from the jab, then yeah, it's gonna be short. It's gonna be short work.
I like what I saw from him against Dominic Brazil. I thought he was showing a couple of things in that fight. So I'll give him that. I like the way he looked in that fight.
I don't give him Brazil. I don't give him Brazil. I will never give him Brazil. Why I say that? Because Brazil came there to lose. Brazil did not come to that fight to fight. Brazil was not warm. When he did not come, when he came into the ring, he did not have no type of sweat on him. He was dry. There's no way, and you can look on Dominic Brazil's face. He was not there to win that fight. He was there to pretty much pick up a check. I don't give him Brazil. Brazil was, he was pretty much to lay down.
You know what I was going to say, bro? I was getting ready to come with something similar, Mike. This is what I was going to say. Because I'm a Teofimo Lopez fan, Mike. I was going to tell you this, Mike. I like the way Teofimo looked against Magdaleno. I didn't like the way he looked against Nakatani. Nakatani came in there to fight, man. Candeleno, you see what I mean, Mike? So you're gonna look good against that guy that can't give you no trouble. You're gonna look. He Tank Davis. He looks good in all of his goddamn fights. Every fight he get in, he look good. Because that guy can't give him no trouble. Dominic Brazil. Who the fuck picked Dominic Brazil to beat Wilder? Even people that hated Wilder was picking Wilder to knock him out. They said he's gonna knock that dude out. Nobody picked him. So he's gonna look spectacular against somebody who ain't gonna give you no trouble. But when you get in there with somebody that's gonna give you trouble, and you get arguably a chance to keep your belt, they give you a gift. Okay, we'll give you a gift. You can keep your belt. And then after that, you get absolutely demolished when you get in there with somebody that can give you trouble. That's what we say about Wilder. That's what I say.
I put down $100. He'd knock him out within inside the first 3 rounds. So that's how confident I was in Dominic Brazil's lack of boxing ability.
All right, and that was a good bet. You won money, and I think most other people won money on that. If I was betting back then, I would have picked 1 or 2 rounds. I think in the prediction league, I picked 2 rounds, and the motherfucker knocked him out and won.
Yeah,
I think I picked 2 for Wilder. He knocked him out on 1, so that tells you right there, like nobody fucking expected Wilder to look bad against Brazil. They expected him to do exactly what he did with that slow motherfucker. Brazil slow as a turtle. What the fuck? I always say this. Wilder right hand comes fast. That right hand comes fast. You can't be as slow as Brazil and think you're gonna do something to Wilder. You can see that motherfucker punch coming a mile away.
I'm not saying that I think that that Wilder was any. I mean that Brazil was any form of competition. I'm just saying I saw him do a couple of things that I could tell he'd been working on in preparation. A couple of new things that we maybe haven't seen from him. Left hooks to the body, shit like that. Just I'm giving him a little bit of credit here. Like that's all I'm trying to do is give him a little bit of credit, But I think he's regressed. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I
agree with him. I think
Chris Sheep says Wilder will win the next fight. There you go, Smoke. Wilder will win this next fight. After he do, we deserve an apology. Speak a whole episode worth. Well, let me tell you something.
Shit.
Hold on. I am a full-fledged, 100% Tyson Fury fan. So if Wilder gets in there and beat my guy Tyson Fury, Chris, I will not dedicate 1 live to Deontay Wilder. I will double down for you. I will dedicate 2 lives to Deontay Wilder. And anybody that get on this panel talking shit about him on either one of those lives, I'm going to kick them off just for you, Chris Sheep. You know why I would do that for you, Chris Sheep? Because that's something that I just really don't believe in on this channel. But I'll go against what I believe in on this channel, and I'll guarantee you that I'll do that. Because there's no way in hell that Wilder's climbing out of that ring victorious with Tyson Fury. He's gonna beat that motherfucker like he stole something. You just put your money on it. I'm telling you that right now.
I'll give him credit, but I ain't apologizing.
Appreciate you for that.
Yeah. Right. We're talking here, right, about regression. He has. There's a lot of things wrong that he does wrong. We've all talked about his inefficiency as a boxer. We've all talked about that, right? The one thing he has to his fame is he's got a powerful right hand. That's it. He's improved his timing on it over the last couple of years. We all know, right? But he landed cleanly on Fury in the first fight. He even caught him with a hook going down on the way, and Fury got up. So is it the level of competition, or is it that everyone he was in the ring with were there to lose? That's something,
you know what? I got to be honest about the first Fury fight, because I've watched a lot of fights. I've been watching a few fights over the past few weeks, been watching fights. And for real, we got to give credit to that referee. Because I watched a lot of fights, and he could have stopped that fight soon as Fury hit the ground. He could have waved that fight off soon as he didn't even have to count. The fact that he did count is a credit to his professionalism in the sport, and he actually gave Fury a chance to get up. Because some refs, if that had been a different type of ref, they probably would have waved that fight off. And Wilder gets that knockout win right then, right there, and then we having a different conversation. So I'm just saying, we got to give credit to who was it? What, Jack Reese?
Jack Reese. Yeah.
No. Well, yes and no. Yes and no. Because if I'm not mistaken, the rematch was set in from the first fight. Okay. Even if Fury didn't get up, let's say the ref waved that fight off. Fury learned what he needed to learn in that first fight, fam.
True.
Fury learned what he needed to learn in that first fight. So, okay, the ref waves that off. The same result going through. The same result. Fury got up. Okay, I know what I got to do to this Dawson. And he's going to come back that next fight and do it to the Dawson.
So the only thing where I disagree there, D, is he did mention that part of his game plan, or like the big game plan, to go on the front foot, or clinch him, gain more weight, put step. I'm looking for a certain word, to sit down on his punches. There you go. Where he learned that was after he got hurt. He decided he needed to gain Wilder's respect, and he did. And he was like, oh, I can hurt this guy. So I don't know if he would have been able to find that part out so easily. But regardless of if he had beat him in the rematch, we'd be having a different discussion if Wilder had beat him at all. If Wilder had beat him at all, then
that's a fact.
He does have a signature win. He does have an iconic moment. He does have this big, that's a big win. Right now, his biggest win would be Bermane Stiverne and Luis Ortiz.
And IBT.
It's a bigger win if
hold on, Smoke. And IBT, it would actually, in my opinion, bring validity to this third fight. He beat him that first.
It would make the third fight even bigger. It would have made it way bigger.
It would be valid for me then. But it ain't valid now because you broke even the first fight. You got your ass whipped the second fight. So it ain't valid now. The third fight is only because of the contract.
Right. Actually, the third fight, it makes the third fight biggest of all. Because if he would have won the first fight, there would have been 50% and 3 years layoff and fat camp and all of that stuff. Because that's what they were saying going into the fight. So if he would have knocked him out then, they would have said Fury wasn't 100%. So then if they would have had the second one, it would have been, hey, Fury doing redemption, and because he wasn't 100% the first time. So it'd still be the same way, whatever. He'd be maybe slightly better because it was a 12th round knockout. But as long as he got his ass whooped the way he got his ass whooped in the rematch, we'd still be here.
Yeah, but it would be 1-1 officially, 1-1.
Yeah, the score would be 1-1, but that's what I'm saying. This would be a bigger fight. The way that it's set up right now, it couldn't be any bigger. They drew in the first one. He almost
no.
Yes, it could. Because Andy Ruiz, let me tell you something. Andy Ruiz went there and he beat Anthony Joshua. Anthony Joshua came back and got his belt back. Now, if Andy Ruiz didn't eat himself into a coma before the fight and come in out of shape, and then he would have lost that fight, the third fight would have been massive. The reason the third fight is not mentioned is because Andy Ruiz, a lot of people don't feel like he deserved it. But if he had just lost in that third fight, but he came back like he was supposed to, that makes the third fight massive. Where one guy wins, the other guy wins. Just like Cormier and Stipe Miocic. That fight was big. First guy knocks the other guy out. Then Stipe come back and knock Cormier. The third fight, people was like, hell yeah. That makes it huge. I don't want to hear no fucking draw, which was a fucking gift, which the majority think, not Smoking his fellow Wilder fans, but the majority think it was a fucking gift. And then he got demolished. A lot of people don't even want to see this third fight. A lot of people have no fucking interest in this third fight because they don't see any intrigue in it. And Wilder beat him the first time, it would be massive intrigue in this fight. So don't give me that bullshit about, and you go with that fucking Wilder foolery again. There you go.
If Wilder,
didn't Boone just say that another ref would have waved it off? Right? Right. So the issue isn't whether or not I'm creating some narrative. What I'm saying is, regardless, it was controversial. There's one side saying, hey, you know what? It should have been waved off. It could have gotten knocked out. There's another side saying it was a boxing clinic. So in the second fight, it was very conclusive. And not only was it conclusive, but the guy, well, there was a changing of the guard. It was a changing of the guard. So now it's Wilder being a challenger for the first time in 5 years. That's what's happening. There's no way that you could have made this. For me, if you say he could have knocked him out, cool.
Hold on.
I don't think that there's a way that you could have made this fight bigger. But there's actually no way to prove it either way. So whatever.
Okay, so now I want to take off again. Even if he waved the fight off, if it was another ref that waved the fight off, the fucking Fury fans, including myself, would have no arguments. Because here's the thing. That motherfucker was clearly gone for like the first 5 seconds. His eyes was gone, bro. I don't think too many people, especially when that camera zoom in on his face, like, yeah, he knocked him out. It ain't going to be too much argument. It ain't going to be controversial. The only thing it's going to be is that Fury was lacing him, but Wilder does what he does. We knew Fury didn't have a chin. We knew Fury was a pillow puncher. Maybe Fury don't have enough to keep Wilder off of him. Man, I'm not trying to hear that. It would have been waved off. It would have been beat. The intrigue would have been there. All of these questions would have been there. Maybe Fury just got caught slipping. That brings the intrigue. But when it's a fucking controversial decision and people think, they gave Wilder the fucking shot, and now, that proves it. Fury demolished his ass. It's a lot of people that don't even want to see the third fight because of the way that first fight ended. They don't even want to see the third fight. But as Wilder won that first fight, it is nothing you can say to say that it would be bigger. You out your fucking mind.
It don't even make sense the fact that you would even go against that. That's for Wilder. Do you know how much the Wilder fans on YouTube would have made videos if Wilder knocked Fury out like that? Do you know how much ESPN would have took that and went crazy with that? The way that Fury was putting on a boxing clinic, and then Wilder in the very last round comes up and throws the right hand, left hook, finish the fight. Fury's out of there. Fight's over, done. Wilder does what he does. He takes punches for however long, then he finishes the fight, knocks you out. That's what Wilder do. That's a typical Wilder fight. So it happened in typical Wilder expectation. So then you got the second fight where Fury just beats the living shit out of Wilder. Right? That was like, oh shit. We need to see a third fight. Wilder knocked him out the first time, and then Fury came in and beat the fuck out of him the second time. We need to see a third one. We would need to see a third one. We would have to see a third one. All boxing fans around the world, we would have to see a third one.
We all agree.
That's cool. I think we're focusing just on what the fans want to see, right? And what my point was, it'd be a bigger victory for him. It'd be a more signature win for him versus the first one, because the first one had a discount on it. So the fact that he's drew with the guy, the fact that he drew with a guy and then got beat up by a guy, this win right here would be the most significant because it would be the only win that he had out of the 3 fights.
Who was talking about the win? I thought we were all just talking about the magnitude.
We wasn't. So he's shifting the goalpost.
No, we weren't before because we're talking about he said it's significant fight.
You shifting the goalpost.
I said they was getting discounted. If he would have knocked him out the first time, people were saying that he was only 50%. He wouldn't have got the full credit for that knockout. At this point, if he wins, then he will get the full credit, and not only that, it will be the biggest one because it will be the only one.
So you're saying, can I say this real quick? I'm through. They did the same thing. They did the same thing with the Tyson Fury Wilder fight with Canelo and Triple G, bro. They did the same thing. If Triple G would have beat Canelo the first fight, whether he knocked him out or just got the decision of one, bro, that would have made the second fight that much more better. If Triple G just would have put on a fucking clinic and beat the fuck out of Canelo the first fight, and then that would have made the second fight bigger. And if Canelo comes in and do what he did the second fight and punishes Triple G, that people would actually want to see a third fight. But unfortunately, based on how the fights went down, don't nobody want to see a third fight. Hence, same thing with Wilder and Fury. That's all I'm saying.
That's a great comparison right there.
Yeah, that's a really good one.
The only problem is the reason why we don't want to see Triple G is because
a third fight because they have this fucking false hope that he can actually win. That's the only people who want to see it. Nobody else want to see that bullshit. They think he can win. They're delusional. The motherfucker can't win. Y'all just set yourself up for disappointment. Y'all just set yourself up to watch him go in there and get his ass whooped again. That's it.
Yeah, so
Right.
the format.
The only issue,
Wait, hold
the
up.
only issue though, hold up. The only issue with the comparison is Triple G. The reason why people don't want to see the Triple G fight, in my opinion, is because Triple G looks like he's lost a step and he's aged. And also, we've seen Canelo move up in weight and challenge himself. So the actual competitive gap, but what's happened between their fights is part of the reason why Canelo Triple G isn't as compelling as it was, say, right after the fight when everybody was saying Triple G got robbed.
Can I debunk that? Can I debunk that?
Yeah. I mean, sure.
Yeah,
I was gonna.
That reminds me of a great quadruple fight we had, right? Not too long back. Juan Manuel Marquez versus Manny Pacquiao, right? People thought because Manny Pacquiao was moving up in weights, the fights wouldn't be competitive. It turned out to be the opposite because all 4 fights were competitive. So, just because he moved up in weight and he challenged himself doesn't mean that Triple G can't hang one in the middleweight division if the fight happens in the middleweight division in the third fight. I see it closer to that than I do anything else because both fights those guys had, Triple G and Canelo Alvarez, have been competitive, very competitive fights and very close. And on different people's scorecards on different fights, people would give you, I thought Triple G won. I thought Canelo won. People will give you that, so you really can't take that off just because he's moved up in weight because Manny Pacquiao did when he was fighting Marquez going into the second, third, fourth. He's moving up and down in weight. And a few times Marquez moved up in weight, to fight Pacquiao. So, and all 4 fights were competitive. So those 2 fights were competitive. I wouldn't mind seeing the third fight just for that there, just to get.
It's a legacy.
Just to get the ending of that because, I think it's been a good double fight so far with Triple G and I would like to see that. And the reason I'd like to see those 2 fights is because they were competitive. That's the only reason. I don't want to see the Wilder Fury third fight because the second fight was not competitive. That's the only reason I don't want to see it. The second fight, Fury destroyed Wilder. So that's it.
Well, yeah, again, bro. Go ahead, IBT. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. So there's a couple.
No, I said just real quick so I can let Mr. Two Hands in here.
Oh yeah.
Go ahead.
There's a formula to like a trilogy, right? You can have the Daniel Cormier, Stipe Miocic, which is one guy upsets the other guy, or dominates him, knocks him out. Presumably, challenger knocks out champion, right? Then you have champion knocks out, or former champion knocks out new champion. So now they're 1-1. 2 dominant fights. You're like, how's the third one gonna go, right? It's compelling story. You also have the Triple G, Manny Pacquiao, the Canelo, like that one where the fights are so competitive that it's compelling just because of how close they are, how competitive these guys are. This trilogy is split in 2, which doesn't give it as a compelling of a formula. They have a very competitive fight to domination. And by very competitive, in reality, a lot of people had Tyson Fury winning, but officially it was a draw, right? So you have a draw, there's controversy. Okay, that's another way you can do it. Into domination. So the controversy was people felt Tyson Fury won clearly, and then the second time he wins clearly. And now Deontay Wilder's going to be 35, coming off of a TKO loss and an injury. It's not very compelling. It almost seems like a foregone conclusion that Tyson Fury is going to defeat him again. Now, if Wilder beats him, that would be a bigger win, and that would, that's the thing of, it's 2020 vision, right? Oh, we know that this will happen, then this and this, but we don't. The most likely result right now is that Tyson Fury just dominates him again, and it's a completely one-sided trilogy.
Yeah. No, that's what I'm agreeing with. That's why I would compare the Triple G and Canelo, I'll compare that more with the Manny Pacquiao, Marquez, quadruple fight. That's where because the 2 fights that they had were competitive, and those 4 fights were competitive. Well, up to the knockout anyway, up to that final knockout. But that knockout came out of nowhere because, Pacquiao was kicking that boy's ass. He really was up to that knockdown. So, but that's why I'm not interested in the
Brian, real quick, IBT, Mr. Two Hands Smoke. Can y'all see the screen? On y'all, can y'all see the screen?
Yeah.
Everybody can see the screen. Brian, Smoke, everybody, and everybody else. Look, y'all do me a favor, because I'm pretty sure, and most people do. If somebody donates something and I slam it up on the screen, y'all just give me a quick second to jump in there, right? Because that's why I tried to stop it before IBT went, Brian, and then you went in and you took right off. So just think about if you donated $50 to somebody's channel, right? You would want them to at least say something more. You know what I mean? That's why I was like, all right, well, I want to let Mr. Two Hands and go ahead IBT. But if y'all jump right in and this person just gave me $50, I don't want to be rude to y'all either, but I don't want to be rude to them either, bro. You know what I mean? So real quick, Brian, I'll let you finish. But Willie Williams, appreciate you, fans. I love this channel. Get off, Smoke. Do your thing. Shout out to Tim Dub. Free El Jefe. El Jefe. Willie Williams, let me tell you something. El Jefe is free every day. I get people to get on my case about El Jefe. Man, you let El Jefe get away with every fucking. I do. All the time. Some of my people's like it. He's free. It's not my fault he get himself kicked off of here every day, but at least I let him come back on every day. You know what I'm saying? Well, I appreciate you, Willie Williams. Always appreciate it, fam. Go ahead, Brian. Go ahead.
Okay. No, I'm just saying, right? It was competitive up to the knockdown. So, but that's the reason I came back and watched all 4 fights, and I've watched them. Probably that's the one thing I've watched probably more than once, because usually I go back and I don't really watch a lot of repeating boxing. So what I know is from what I first seen, if you know what I mean. So I don't really watch, but of the more recent, it's probably I've watched more than once. So with the Manny Pacquiao, what do you call it? Manny Pacquiao, Marquez, yeah. But that's just where I'm going with that. I got to hop off here, D, anyway.
All right, bro. Appreciate you coming on. You're always welcome. It's Two Hands.
What's up, Mr. Two Hands?
What's up, good?
What up? I'm chilling, bro. What's up with everybody?
Chilling, man.
What's up with everybody? Everybody good? Yeah, I hear that shit. What's up with y'all? What y'all talking
about? Well, the chat was about Andy Ruiz and Dillian Whyte going back and forth, and I was just thinking a fight might be brewing for those 2 guys down the line. But then we slid into Wilder, and you know how these things go. We start talking about one subject, and then somebody say something about Wilder, and then Smoke take off, and then it's a new live, dog.
Start going down rabbit hole.
Yeah.
Rabbit hole goes deep. I get it.
Yeah. But I mean, shit, really, it's just like this. I started the bullshit this time, not really Smoke. It was me that started it. I was like, Wilder's fucking is worthless as a penny with a hole in it in the American heavyweight, division, right? He's just worthless as fuck. And then so Smoke, and I would assume any other Wilder fan, really wouldn't like to hear that. My man Dead Game came on here earlier. He's a Wilder fan. I think, so he came up and defended Wilder in different fashions from Smoke, of course. He conceded to some of the things that we had to say about Wilder. Smoke doesn't concede to anything that we have to say about Wilder.
See, here's the deal, though, right? Here's my thing with Wilder. I feel like Wilder necessarily kind of can be all right though in boxing, like regardless, even if he can't beat Tyson Fury, because you never know what's going to come out of his mouth. I think, you know what I mean? I think he does have a high level of, I think he does have a high ceiling when it comes to being competitive. I think he is a competitive guy. So in the sense, if he can be mentally, if he can have some sort of mental solidarity after whatever happens with Tyson Fury, or if he does continue to keep that drive and continue a boxing, and say, because he gets if he does get his ass whipped again, and that in my eyes is pretty inevitable going into the Tyson Fury fight next time. Say if he's driven to get in the gym and work hard, he still has intangibles to be a pretty good fighter. A fighter that I would watch if he took his craft serious and really was like, yo, I'm going to show motherfuckers that I'm not this bum, that I'm really going to work on my skill, if he really got back to some level of basics. Because, I mean, you got to admit, he is somewhat of an enigmatic figure, man. Like, you got to have your eyes on Wilder on some level because, I mean, good or bad, he going to say some shit, he's going to do some shit. But he does have qualities to continue to be of some sort of substance in boxing, continuing on for years to come, while he is in the last few years of his prime heavyweight twilight. So I'm just saying, man, like, regardless of whatever I feel like the dude isn't, I'm just saying, mentally speaking, if he takes things serious, he probably can still have a life in boxing. He just won't be a heavyweight champ compared to the guys that are there right now. But I'm just saying, competing with all the other guys in the top 10, yeah, why the fuck not, man? I mean, the guy's still 6'7", and he got a fucking right arm that can bomb shit. Put some shit behind it, get a solid jab, work on a little bit of defense. Shit, start with some crossbone defense. That's pretty basic, pretty easy. And I mean, he might be able to make all right. But outside of that, y'all already know how I feel. I don't need to go there.
Yeah, I'm just worried that the guy's going to retire.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could be that that Wilder can't be serious. I don't go in rooting for guys, but knowing the outcome, that's a different thing, right? So I've always wanted to see the Wilder, AJ, and Fury mix it up multiple times, so we really know who's the best. Not like Fury knocks out Wilder and only fights AJ, but AJ and Wilder never fight. So we really get to see who's 1, 2, and 3.
And if Wilder gets beat up again the way that he did in that second fight, I see him retiring. I mean, I'm not saying he should retire, but I just see that as what he's going to end up doing if he takes a beating again.
Yeah,
if he gets ran over, I think that'll crush him because he's just not mentally solid. I mean, you can look at his actions. You look at his actions through his career, and you could just tell how he just consistently moves when odds are against him. I'm just saying, man, if he takes a loss in the same fashion in which Tyson Fury got at him, you're right. There's a strong chance he will retire. I mean, shit, he got a substantial amount of money, so I mean, screw it. But I don't see what he could do in this next fight that could possibly, I don't know. If he could try to make it, he can put up a valiant effort. And I could probably save him in the headlines in some form or fashion. But a knockout against a guy who isn't considered a puncher, that's going to kill him.
He's got to learn the inside game. If his inside game improved a little bit, he could look a lot better and not look like he's being punked by the guy the way he did in the second fight.
Yeah. Hey, Mike, give me some closing thoughts, man. We over 4 hours. Plus, I got to do this basketball prediction show in a few minutes. Give me some closing thoughts, man.
Yeah, just salute to you, man, for the show. Always a good time. Just a great conversation. Peace to everyone who came through. And yeah, man, I'll catch y'all on the next shit.
Appreciate you, bro. Always welcome. Always welcome. Get this smoke. The action.
Fireworks. Let me see. Yeah, man. Always a pleasure. Every now and again, you got to dust them off. Dust off the guns. Make sure they still work. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Peace to the panel. Peace to the chat, man. Next time.
No doubt, man. Appreciate you, dog. IBT, I'm glad you come back on, bro. Give me some closing thoughts before you get off.
Good stream, good topic. I hope these two guys can fight down the road. I hope their careers can line up like that. Deontay Wilder stats look nice on paper until you read the paper. Klitschko sucks too if you want. Yeah, that's about all I got.
Tim Dub? Is Tim Dub in here? I see Fabrizio. What's up? Mr. Two Hands. Give me some closing thoughts, man.
IBT, salute, man. D, salute, man. Salute to the whole motherfucking chat. Y'all already know what it is with the boss, man. As we always say, at the end of this shit, it costs you nothing. Pay a nigga no mind. Salute. Peace.
My man. Tim Dub, I ain't see Tim Dub in here, but if Tim Dub in here, my man. Damn, I miss you, dog. I ain't even seen I see people talking about you. I probably missed you in the chat. I see Toby Ball at 819 Warren, but yeah, man. Yeah, it was a great discussion. Dillian Whyte, Andy Ruiz. I would like to see these two guys fight. I know that right now it's just talk. They both have fights ahead of them. And they're going back and forth. But I think it's actually an interesting fight. The fight that I can't pick a sure winner. And those are the fights I like to see. I would love to see those two guys scrap it out. Keep building it up. Keep talking shit to each other. Get people excited for it. And then after, you guys finish your prospective fights, get in the ring, make it happen. Around that time, boxing should be somewhat stable now. Shouldn't be that hard to make a fight. It's a damn good fight. As far as Deontay Wilder is concerned, yeah, I'm going to rag him. I'm going to give him a hard time when I hear something foolish. He's not an all-time great. He shouldn't be considered an all-time great. He's not on the level of an all-time great. Deontay Wilder, in my opinion, is not going to beat Fury. I don't necessarily think he's finished. I think he's finished as worrying about being a championship, but he could probably make a few $million more before he retire. A couple of little marquee fights, whether he wins or loses with Fury. I think maybe that might be the plan. Go get you, a few $5 or $6 million fights, and then walk out the door. Maybe that's what we're going to see a while after this Fury fight. But he'll never get back to glory again. That's just my opinion. I appreciate all you guys, man, coming out. Willie Williams, Chet Collins, all you guys with the super chat. And everybody hit that like for me if you don't mind, if you like what you heard. And y'all know I always in this thing. For the love of sports, let's talk about it. Peace.